Good afternoon. Today is March 1st. Happy March 1st, people. Okay, it's the rowdy Ways and Means Committee, apparently. And we have with us for our first bill today, folks from APP. You down with APP? Yeah, you know me. Buckle doesn't know that song, so okay. Okay, everybody, let's get serious. Come on. All right, calling our first bill of the day, House Bill 1219, and we'll bring up the first panel. Eric Lukey, our former colleague, our state superintendent, Mohammed Chowdhury, Cheryl Boost, Sally Murick, and Jalen Bridgeforth. Please come up, and whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. It is always lovely to be back in here with you all. We are very proud today to be presenting the Maryland Educator Shortage Act. So I'm just going to lay the groundwork and provide a walkthrough of the bill. And then our ensuing panelists will discuss with you some details about the challenges that the education profession is facing right now. You are all familiar with the fact that since COVID, the labor market has been challenging in a variety of fields. You hear, I'm sure, from different industries in your district all the time about the challenges they have finding qualified people. That is doubly true in the education profession. In fact, our shortages of teachers and other educators predates COVID. Maryland and the nation have been facing shortages for many, many years now. And in fact, Maryland is a net importer of teachers from other states. We don't train enough educators in the state of Maryland to fill our ranks in the state. This problem has only gotten worse since COVID, and it's an even greater challenge in some of our most important fields within the education profession. I will just take as an example an issue that this committee is deeply familiar with, special education, where we need highly qualified, talented teachers, paraeducators, occupational therapists, and other related service providers serving our children with disabilities, and we do not have enough of them in any of those fields. So what the Maryland Educator Shortage Act is designed to do is to juice our programs for helping recruit and train new people into the education professions. And I'm intentionally saying education professions because we are not just talking here about certificated classroom teachers. We are talking about education support personnel. We're talking about administrators. We're talking about childcare workers. The whole continuum of the profession needs this support right now. So the simple version of this bill, if there's any simple version of the bill, because it's quite a long bill, is that it contains 7 different sections which deal with different challenges in the profession. And I'm going to just walk through them and explain them briefly in the order they show up in the bill. First, it deals with some challenges in existing statutory language related to the training of childcare and pre-kindergarten instructors through alternative preparation programs. There's language in here that provides more flexibility that will allow us to expand our preparation programs for that group of educators and provide more opportunities for childcare and pre-K providers to hire qualified educators. Second, it includes provisions requiring the Maryland State Department of Education to start collecting data that includes demographic data and data about years of experience and other factors on educators in their system. Some school systems do this and publish it already. There is no single place you can look, that the public can look, to get a sense of how the education profession is doing. And in particular, the reason this data is important, among other things, is to focus on a problem that we have known has existed for many decades, where the schools and the fields that have the most need are often the schools and the fields that have the newest teachers, right? So lower income schools, certain fields such as special ed, you will sometimes see new teachers come on in those positions and then move on to other careers in the profession. And what that means is you have less experienced educators serving some of our neediest students. The third piece of the bill, in order by the statutory language in the bill, accedes Maryland to something called the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. This is an interstate compact that eases the transition of certificated educators between states. A number of other states have joined in the negotiations around this. It is a consensus compact that's widely supported. That section, by the way, and I've already chatted a little bit with the subcommittee chair, will need some amendment to fully bring in the language of the compact to the bill. The next section relates to an existing program called the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program. This is a program that was created under the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. It is intended to incent strong high school graduates into the education profession by helping cover the costs of their tuition. That program has been significantly underutilized, below what we were expecting. So what we're doing with the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program is altering some of the qualification requirements in order to make it easier for students who want to become teachers to access the program. The next section, beyond the Teaching Fellows for Maryland language, talks about a new program, and actually we create two entirely new programs in this bill. The first is a Grow Our Own Educator program. I will say DLS had some grammatical corrections for me. I originally sent them Grow Your Own, and they put Grow Our Own. I'm fine with that. But essentially the idea is this. We have an enormous number of incredibly dedicated educators in our schools that are not certificated. They are the paraeducators, they are cafeteria workers, they're bus drivers, they're security personnel. Many of them, not all of them, but many of them would like to take a shot at getting a certificate and getting into potentially higher paid positions. And the challenge is you're working a full-time job as, say, a paraeducator, which, let me tell you, I worked with paraeducators throughout my teaching career. It is one of the hardest jobs in a school building. So you're working a long day, you're working for sometimes not the greatest pay on earth, and then to, after that, pay out of pocket to attend school to get your certificate is very difficult. So this creates a new fund that will allow school systems, institutions of higher education to work with that population of education support personnel in order to support the tuition costs for them to get their certificate. And let me add one more thing. One of the things that we have our eye on in this bill as well is diversity in the education professions. The ranks of our educators in Maryland, and again, this has been a long-standing challenge, do not reflect the same demographics as the students they teach. It is important that we do a better job recruiting and retaining educators who reflect the demographic backgrounds of the students they teach, including not just things like race and gender, but things like socioeconomic background. The ranks of the education support personnel in the state are significantly more diverse than the ranks of certificated educators. So we see this also as a tool for diversifying the profession. The other new program we're creating in this bill is focused, again, on what we see as a significant issue of equity in teacher training. So for those of you that are unfamiliar, when you become a teacher, you have to go to, usually most teachers go through a higher ed program, and as part of that program you go through a student teaching experience where for some period of time you enter a classroom and you, for a part of that time, you are essentially the teacher in that classroom. You are doing all the work of a teacher and you are paying, not getting paid, you are paying for the privilege of doing so because you're paying tuition dollars to be there. It has been the practice in this country essentially since the beginning of the profession, or the beginning at least of student teaching as a model of training new educators, that student teachers are unpaid. That is a massive barrier to participation in the profession. And I will tell you, having just finished, at least for the time being, a career as a college professor, I have a lot of students who are going to school full-time and working full-time. That's just the reality of kids trying to make their way through education. And then to put them in a classroom and say, you're going to teach and you're not going to get paid for it, there's a lot of people that self-select out of the profession because of that. So this bill proposes a new fund and program to help pay student teachers for their student teaching experience. We believe this will be one of the most significant ways we can help increase recruitment and retention of student teachers in our classroom. And I will cut myself off there and thank the committee for your time. I will be available for questions after the remainder of the panel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Closer. All right. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. For the record, I am Mohammed Chaudhry, State Superintendent of Schools, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1219. Maryland's educator workforce is at a crossroads. 10% of Maryland's public school teachers turn over each year, more than 5,500 in 2022. This past year, retention dropped below 90% for the first time in almost a decade. I cannot overstate the importance of this data. That means an additional difference of more than 1,000 teachers. That's a big deal. Even now, the pipeline of educators to fill those positions is insufficient to fill the vacancies each year. There were 2,572 vacancies for professionally certified staff on the first day of school for the 22-23 school year. However, there were only 1,500 certificate-eligible certified completers in Maryland-approved programs. There's a gap of more than 1,000 teachers, and that's assuming a 1-for-1 match coming out of higher ed or ed prep for those vacancies. They're not actually a 1-for-1 match. The Educator Shortage Act will ensure that Maryland's public schools have the diverse, high-quality teaching professionals necessary to implement a world-class education system for Maryland's children and families. This bill will create permanent pathways to the profession, making sure that not only are you getting high-quality induction programs, but you are also earning while learning, which is very important. It will diversify the pipeline. It puts teeth behind that notion rather than just lip service. The Grow Your Own provisions of this program creates permanent funding streams, something we kickstarted this year in the department through our Maryland Leads program. It gives a permanent funding source for that. There's a lot packed into this bill. It reforms the way we look at childcare providers, giving them credit for what they already know rather than having them to take school again, right, and validating that. I urge you to do a favorable report for this bill, and respectfully, if there's anything else needed from the department, I'm happy to answer any and all questions. Getting used to the 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Bose. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators across Maryland. I first want to point out the historic nature of the panels before you today. Rarely do you see the state superintendent, the union, the boards of education, the governor, and the superintendents all together on one bill. That's the importance of this bill. We have a huge educator shortage, as has been pointed out to you. The last month, Maryland State Department reported over 2,500 vacancies. So we need to address this in all ways that we can. Currently here in the state of Maryland, enrollment in education programs is down 33%. So we have to make the profession enticing. I love being a teacher. I went through my student teaching in a very rural area of Pennsylvania. My parents had to buy me a car to do that. I had to buy supplies to be able to teach because we know that teachers take money out of their own pockets. So this is really an equity issue because not everybody has parents who could have bought them a used car, stick shift by the way, to be able to go to student teaching and to buy the materials that they need. So it truly is an equity issue when we look at the paid student internships. They are paying the college full tuition and often more, and they are working in our schools with our students. There are 8 other states who have the paid internship, plus Washington County is already doing a successful pilot using their LEADS grant money. I also want to point out the Grow Your Own, where we move folks who are interested in education on to being teachers. You may remember at the State of the State address, Ronnie Beard was highlighted in the balcony. He is a perfect example from Frederick County as a Grow Your Own. He was a paraeducator and is now an awesome high school teacher. And so these are 2 programs that we are proud to support and thankful for Governor Moore for putting forth and hope for your favorable report. And I want to introduce you to Jalen, who is an aspiring educator who is doing her student teaching.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jalen Bridgeforth. I'm a graduating senior elementary education major from the illustrious Morgan State University. 4 years ago, when I started my matriculation, there were 32 students in the elementary education track. May 20th, 9 of us will cross the stage. Not for a lack of love of education, but for a lack of survivability of this major. Tomorrow is Read Across America Day. I'll go to my internship. I'll be dressed as the Cat in the Hat. I'll cook my kids green eggs and ham. I'll take a $30 Uber home, and I'll have a 32-cent cup of noodles for dinner because it's all I can afford. Even getting here today was a struggle and a challenge. I have always wanted to be an educator. It's all I've ever dreamed of being. But every day I get pushed further and further away from the light that is knowledge. I urge you to vote favorably on this bill. It means that the 24 people that left my major would be able to return and become educators and achieve the dreams that they spent so long fighting for. When other kids were making Ken and Barbie get married, I taught them how to do long division. And I truly couldn't imagine doing anything else but being an educator. And unfortunately, because of the circumstances we face today, I'm unable to. I had to start a GoFundMe to pay my tuition. A week ago, my college told me I'd have to go home. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't a teacher. Please vote favorably on House Bill 1219 so that people like me can go into classrooms and teach little Black girls how to read. They can go into classrooms and be the light that someone once was for me. A favorable vote means that more people will be able to be educators, more people can enter classrooms, and more than ever, the children in the state of Maryland will get the education that they so rightfully deserve. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it greatly. Please vote favorably on House Bill 1219.
Wow. Good afternoon. My name is Sally Murick, and I'm a proud member and a vice president of SEIU Local 500 and the coordinator of the Para-Educator Program for Montgomery County Public Schools. SEIU Local 500 represents over 20,000 working people in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Virginia. Our union represents the support staff at Montgomery County Public School System, family child care providers, faculty and staff at several Maryland colleges and universities, staff at nonprofits, and many other working people across the region. By representing child care workers, public school support staff, and college professors, our members are well aware of shortages we are facing among educators in the state. We thank Governor Moore for his leadership and solution-oriented approach to dealing with the challenges we face in Maryland's education system. As drafted, this bill seeks to expand and diversify the pool of newly certificated educators in Maryland by expanding eligibility for the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program and creating a new program to pay student teachers for their teacher internships. In addition, it creates a new grant to help local school systems and institutions of higher education develop grow your own programs to help non-certificated educational personnel to become certified. This bill also complies Maryland to the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact and creates a dashboard to share information about teacher diversity and qualifications. Lastly, and a top priority for SEIU Local 500, it modifies language regarding the definition of a highly qualified early childhood educator. What defines a highly qualified early childhood educator is key to meeting the goals of universal pre-K as set before us in the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. In order to accomplish this, a mixed delivery pre-K system involving both public schools and private child care providers will be needed to accommodate the number of students. To attain the goals set by the Blueprint for mixed delivery, Maryland must work to remove barriers for private providers to achieve the certifications needed without needing to sacrifice their businesses. In order to offer a pre-kindergarten program, child care providers must first be certified through the state of Maryland by a county board. Currently, both teacher preparation programs and alternative teacher preparation programs require a teacher residency, which are typically run through local school systems that do not offer pre-kindergarten classes, meaning that these pre-K teachers are completing practicums in K-12 schools, not qualified pre-kindergarten programs. Oftentimes, these aspiring teachers are forced to close the doors of their child care during the residency as they cannot continue their own child care operations when placed in a local school system. This is simply not an option for the thousands of family child care providers that would potentially be a part of pre-kindergarten expansion. Thank you for your consideration, and we strongly urge a favorable report.
Thank you. We have a couple questions. I neglected to mention we have a probes here. You all heard that, but we have Delegate Smith here and Delegate Grice behind me. So if they have questions, I invite them up to one of the open microphones. And I just want to personally thank Ms. Bridgeforth for coming here. as a mother of, I'm gonna just totally get emotional. I think I'd cry in Ways and Means. I was on Judiciary, I cried a lot. This is, you know, what I want for my children and what I want for my daughter is to go into school and see somebody like you teaching her. It's so important for little Black children to see themselves reflected in their teachers. It goes to their self-esteem, it goes to whether they feel loved, and that's where they are all day. So I thank you for your dedication despite all of your obstacles. You are amazing, and you are going to change the lives of so many kids. It's going to be amazing. So thank you. Thank you. So Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you again, everyone, for your testimony, and our thanks to the governor for helping to lead this effort along with our teachers. And I just want to echo my chair's sentiments, Ms. Bridge. Let me make sure I say your name correct, Ms. Bridgeforth. Because we're very proud of you, and congratulations on how far you've come. And we know that you'll be able to make it through, especially with this bill. So my question is about diversifying the teacher workforce. I actually have two questions. The first one is we can talk about how the bill will help when it comes to diversifying the workforce and the specific aspects of the bill that focus in on teacher diversity as we look at recruitment and retention. And then I wanted to ask Ms. Bridgeforth if you're able to share more about the specific barriers and challenges that you have in terms of being able to complete the program, becoming a teacher, just from your personal perspective, for us to better understand some of what teachers are going through. So two different questions, and maybe the one about teacher diversity.
So specific barriers that I've experienced. So currently, school placement is an issue that I'm facing. I live on campus still currently. My school is about 3 miles away, and I don't drive, which means I'm ending up taking an Uber every day or asking someone for a ride. The cost of Ubers can get really expensive getting to and from every single day. Several times last week, I was late to work because the time where I needed to be at school, the Ubers were too expensive and I couldn't afford to take an Uber. So I had to wait till the price went down and I could finally get there. Another challenge that we're really facing is a lot of food insecurities. On campus, we have our dining hall. I'm at school before the dining hall opens for breakfast. I come home after the dining hall has closed for lunch. So oftentimes my first meal of the day isn't even until when the dining hall opens for dinner at 7 p.m. And I can't afford groceries, so I can't afford to pack a lunch to bring with me to school every day. So that's something that we're really struggling with. And then just the overall cost of tuition, which can't afford tuition. And the Teaching Fellows of Maryland Scholarship currently isn't applicable to non-Maryland residents and people that didn't graduate from non-Maryland high schools, and I'm from Georgia. So even though I meet the GPA requirement and everything else, I can't apply for the scholarship. I've been denied every single year just because I'm not from Maryland. So my room and board isn't even covered by the scholarship. So those are just some of the challenges that I've had in my major. And then I know a lot of people at Morgan specifically are untraditional students. So we have people that have children, people that work full-time jobs. They can't afford to not work for a year to teach because it is a year-long internship. And they urge you not to take a job because you're in the classroom 5 days a week, sun up, sun down, doing the job of a teacher. So it's really hard to have other work. So if you have children or if you have rent, a car note, and I can't have a job, then I have to leave the major, unfortunately, because I just can't not work for a year.
Right. Wow. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, thank you for your question. And to Ms. Bridgeforth's point, you know, there are frankly a number of provisions in the bill that will have the impact of helping to diversify the profession. And this builds on work that this committee has done previously, right? This committee 5 years ago, I think, mandated that MSD create a program to specifically target and recruit a more diverse teaching workforce. The blueprint mandated new programming to work in particular with the historically Black colleges and universities in the state to help with the educator pipeline through those. So we see the provisions of this bill as helping to build on that. To Ms. Bridgeforth's point, in the section on the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program, we are significantly increasing the flexibility for students to apply that program, including by eliminating the provision that keeps that scholarship only applicable to students that are from Maryland or graduated from a Maryland high school. The reason we do that is because in order to qualify for this scholarship program, you have to commit to teach in a Maryland school. So those, wherever the students are coming from, if they're committing to teach in a Maryland school, that benefits the state, right? In addition, some of the GPA requirements and other provisions in here that are inflexible have made it hard for students from a variety of backgrounds to apply to that scholarship program. So that's one piece. The dashboard we think is an important component. This was a piece that was actually proposed by MSDE, and I want to thank MSDE and all the stakeholders for working together on this bill with the governor's office. That dashboard will provide better data for us to understand what's actually happening in the classrooms and to demonstrate the need and the challenge and continue to underline it. As I mentioned in the Grow Our Own programs, because the Grow Our Own program is specifically intended to take existing personnel working in education facilities in the state who are not certificated and help them pay for the cost of tuition to get certificated, because we know the education support professions are more diverse than the certificated workforce. That's going to, on its own, help to diversify the profession. And then finally, to the incredibly strong case that Ms. Bridgeforth has made better than any of us up here can. The barrier that unpaid student teaching presents to students who come from backgrounds where I worked my way through school, right? I didn't have a ton of money coming into school. That's a lot of kids, right? That's a lot of kids from a wide variety of backgrounds, but it is a particular challenge to populations of students that we want to go into the teaching profession. So that internship, we think, will be a huge benefit to diversifying the profession.
Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I will simply say that I want to thank Ms. Bridgeforth for your heart-rendering testimony and for painting a picture for us who are educators have no idea exist. I think your testimony and the barriers you've cited will certainly help us in terms of future legislation. And certainly, Delegate Lukey, I appreciate the fact of what you've just done. I don't have a question, I simply have a request. And that is, I cannot imagine teaching without having sufficient food. Our children are not educated, cannot be educated because of food insecurity. And to have that occur, I think is just unconscionable. We've talked about food insecurities on campuses. We know food, the issue of having food available, breakfasts and lunches for students, but the idea that we should now have it for teachers in training, I think is really also important. So I'm going to ask if you would provide I still call him Delegate Lukey with your GoFundMe information. Provide that and you will see that we're going to be very responsive to help you, but I know there are others who are also experiencing the same thing. But for right now, we're going to help you with the GoFund. Give that to him so he can share it with us. And thank you very, very much, all of you, for your presentation.
Delegate Buckle, then Delegate Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I had two questions predominantly for, I also typically call him Delegate Lutke, for Mr. Lutke.
It's just Eric now. I appreciate it, Delegate.
Number one, as you said, it's a kind of a complex program. It's folding a lot of different things together, and the fiscal note is a little dense to understand what the actual costs are. So, you know, the fiscal note, the little thing they give you at the front, says $15 million one time. I mean, that's what the little graph looks like. And then when you actually read the verbiage, it talks about $15 million one time and then $8 million for future years, but the $8 million will offset here or not there. And so I'm sort of wondering, what is it that the administration sees as the actual fiscal cost? I mean, clearly it says there's $12 million mandated for the Teaching Fellows Scholarship in fiscal 2024. And then the fiscal 2024 budget is currently working through the system, includes $15 million for teacher recruitment and retention incentives. Beyond those two things, which I would add up to 27 million, not 15 million, 15 plus 12. Beyond those two things, where are the long-term costs of the program?
Sure, it's a good question. There's three major cost drivers in the bill: the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program, the Grow Our Own program, and the stipends for teacher interns.
Right.
The Teaching Fellows for Maryland program is an existing program that was created by the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. In the budget that's applicable this year, because the Blueprint included mandated funding, the mandate was for $12 million. That is in the governor's proposed budget. The future year mandate is $18 million. The bill actually proposes that reducing that a little bit temporarily so we can be more responsive to program need, because so far there have not been enough applicants to actually encumber the existing mandated appropriation. For the other two programs, the position we've taken is that the program funding should be responsive to need and not to an arbitrary mandate in statute. So there are not mandated appropriations for the other two programs, but the governor appropriated in his budget as introduced $15 million between the Grow Our Own program and the teacher internship stipends. I would expect that as the Grow Our Own programs are developed by school systems and institutions of higher education, that the $5 million that's currently appropriated for that will increase over time. The teacher internship stipends need to be responsive to the number of student teachers, right? That should be driven by how many student teachers there are. We have set aside, our expectation is that we will be able to utilize about $10 million, and that's where the 5 and 10 is where the 15 million comes from. But if we are successful in convincing more people to enter the profession, that number will grow over time, and that will be a sign of success, that number grows over time. But it will be subject to the normal budgeting process. It is not a mandated appropriation.
Sure. So, but the expectation then, and I appreciate that, it's a very good explanation. The expectation would be, so when we have the fiscal note, because it's not a mandated appropriation and shows no costs in 25, 26, 27, 28, the real intent is if these programs work, there would be at least a $15 million cost or up. If there is participant uptake in the program, there would be more than $15 million going for all the out years.
We would expect so, although, and again, the DLS does a fantastic job with their fiscal notes. They don't do dynamic scoring, which is, I think, a responsible decision to make. The costs of onboarding new educators are extensive, so to the extent that we can stabilize the education profession, get an adequate pipeline going, and do better at retaining teachers, school systems will experience some savings on onboarding costs over time, but it's impossible to calculate what that would be.
I just have one final question, or I guess concern. I read the, having served on the committee together for many years, I have a particular interest in seeing mental health counselors, school psychologists, and others getting a fair share of the deal, so to speak, as we expand these programs for teachers, because I think they're a very valuable part of the school system and really can have almost just as much impact in certain ways, because sometimes they serve the kids throughout the entirety of their elementary experience or the entirety of their high school experience, as opposed to a teacher who may only have them for one class or 1 year during their time there. I saw that the Maryland School Psychologist Association, has indicated that they would like an amendment that would establish specific goals for recruitment and retention of school psychologists in those school psychologist preparation programs. Is that something that the administration would consider or think would be a valuable addition to the bill? I'm sure it would have an undetermined cost, but I'd like to see those folks be included in the overall goals of the program.
So there is a provision in the bill. I thought I forgot something when I did my introduction.
See, I'm just helping you out.
I appreciate you. There is a provision in the bill that would require teacher preparation programs to establish goals for recruitment and retention, and then allow, in a case where those goals were not met, it would require those systems to develop an action plan in consultation with the Maryland State Department of Education. I don't think any of us would have any problem with that language applying to all of the education professions, and not just classroom teachers.
Okay, because that's one of the things that I noticed in the file is those folks always seem to sort of be at the tail end of the funding streams. I don't think it's intentional, but it's just the way that it works out. And I think they have a very important role to play. So I appreciate that insight. Thank you.
Delegate Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a great bill. Truly support this. And, once we are trying to fill the needs of meeting this shortage, which we got a national shortage on just about every position known to man, but this is something we truly need to take care of and make sure that we increase the amount of teachers we have in our school systems. But one of the things that I've been having conversations with some of the MSEA folks and PGCEA folks about is, we do all of these great things, and then you run into a hurdle like the praxis exam, where folks can't pass the praxis and they miss it by a point or 2 points or 20. And we put a lot of money into these programs, and then the folks can't pass the praxis, and now we've wasted all this money. Is there a way for us to, and I'm hoping, if not maybe this bill, we can address it next year or add it as an amendment, changing some of the regulations around the praxis, because with that shortage, we can find ourselves in a position to increase the amount of teachers very drastically by bringing on folks who failed the praxis by 1 to 20 points.
Can I take this question? Because you're meeting a state superintendent who's been wanting to blow up licensure since the day he walked into the classroom. So I just promulgated regulations with the state board that does exactly that. My biggest hurdle is pre-existing blueprint language. There is some in there. But we have created a program that allows you to come in with a bachelor's through rigorous hiring practices, have a high-quality mentor. Because if you want to make something high stakes, make induction high stakes. Make those first 3-5 years high stakes. That should deem you ultimately whether you're ready to go. And so we just promulgated regulations pending AELR support and it coming back that essentially does that and creates a pathway to not have licensure be the only way to come into the profession. This act also takes apart the convoluted requirements of the scholarship requirement where you had to have like a ridiculous SAT score while also doing that. Like I can tell you several teacher friends that I've had that had perfect SAT scores, and I told them to get the heck out of the classroom. And so ultimately it's induction, it's the mentorship, it's the first part of your career. So it does exactly that, and it trips up a lot of our historically underserved students and such. So we're doing that. The part that I couldn't do per my counsel, all right, they said you might go to jail for, is tackle the blueprint language around some of those requirements. That's a conversation for you guys to have, but I'm happy to be loud about it on my side if you want to have that conversation.
If I could add one more item on that. The other thing that would be good is if our institutions of higher education would not require the praxis at the end of the 4 years. Many of our candidates graduate, they have everything that they have, but they can't pass the praxis, but they could go into a state that doesn't require it, which gets them out of Maryland. So if we could get the higher ed to not require it as a graduation, that would be helpful as well.
Listen, I'm in total agreement with all of that. I'm not a big fan of standardized tests. It does not determine how smart you are with getting a job done. And so we know that it's been an impediment to the Black community for a very long time. As a standard bearer to block a lot of folks out of particular schools and occupations. So thank you, and we'll look forward to addressing these issues whenever you have the chance. Thanks.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. So a lot of numbers were thrown out, and I love numbers. So I heard 2,500 teacher shortage presently, and then I heard 30 out of 35 that were in the class were down to 9. So let's say this was completely effective. And then also in Kerwin, don't we have 40%, and I don't know what year that kicks in, we have to have 40% planning time and time for teachers to collaborate. So if we had to increase the number of teachers, which I don't know, you said 75,000 teachers or something?
We represent over 75,000 educators. I'm not sure how many teachers there are in the state.
65,572.
So if we need...
I'm responsible for the numbers.
So if we need 40% of 65,000, we're 2,500 short now. We have programs that aren't full. What's the deficit with the implementation of Kerwin? And how many teachers can we The track, so what programs are out there that aren't filled? Like, so what's the vacancy, the opportunity we're losing out on per year? So what's the overall effectiveness and how soon can we have this problem resolved?
Let me take a step back, and I'm sure other people on the panel will have comments, and just say that the causes of teacher shortages, not just in training but in retention, are complex. There are multiple factors to consider. Some of those factors are addressed by the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. For example, salary. When I became a certificated educator in the single best paid school system in the state of Maryland, I couldn't afford to buy a house in most of my county because the pay was not commensurate with the cost of living, right? It's one of the reasons the Blueprint was designed the way it was, to try to increase the salaries of our education professionals. And by the way, that should be done not just for teachers, but for everybody that works in a school, including the ESPs. There are other factors as well. The teaching profession is a highly trained profession. You heard the passion in Ms. Bridgeforth's voice. I will tell you that is not unusual in the profession. But educators all the way through will often complain about a lack of professional respect, about a lack of adequate planning time, about a lack of support for their students, about being asked to, in addition to instructing them in calculus and reading, having to play the role of mental health counselor and social worker and all of these other things. It is an exhausting job that our society does not appreciate enough. The challenge is, with complex problems, you need complex solutions. So the Blueprint is part of that solution. So is this. But there is more to do beyond that. And I will call out in particular, and it is a culture problem in education that is very hard to fix through a bill, but that issue of professional respect. I made the transition in 2015 from being a classroom middle school teacher to being a college professor. I worked less, I got paid more, and I got, for the first time in my professional career, a true level of professional respect. The respect as a college professor, where I was told, we trust that here are the standards, we trust you will teach them, we will not micromanage every single thing you're doing, we won't mandate 6,000 trainings, we will trust you to do your job. And that does not exist for K-12 teachers anywhere in the United States right now. But that's something that's really hard to fix through a bill. I'm editorializing a bit, I apologize, Delegate, but I know the superintendent.
So, our retention rate just dropped recently, right, to 88%. We've been at 90% for a long time. Maryland has had pretty good retention. And a lot of people kept saying shortage, shortage, shortage. It's actually kicking in now. It wasn't kicking in when the headlines were happening, it's kicking in now. And so we dropped below 90%, 88, that's 1,000 teachers, right? And we started the year with about 2,500 vacancies because, that's a moving target, and I take the snapshot. So at the end of the day, you got to keep the people you have, and you got to close the gap, right? And you actually can put a number to it. I've ran HR divisions in districts, $15,000 to $20,000 to replace a new teacher. So times that out by what it costs based on the vacancies. You can't put a number to it. It's much more than the spell, the turnover game. And so, the Blueprint is going to create a more demand for teachers, rightfully so, both elevating the respect and giving them the time to more plan. The hybrid concept, you teach 60% of the time, you're a teacher leader 40% of the time. Well, but who's going to see those kids you would have been seeing at that 40% of the time? Right? We're going to have to get creative around what that looks like. Is that another teacher? Is that a partnership with an out-of-school provider? What is the student doing? Ultimately, there's going to be an educator there. So that is coming. And so this is not only going to kickstart our ability to close the gap on existing vacancies, we got to raise our game on induction. We're raising starting pay to 60. Everyone's getting raises across around 10%. But at the end of the day, we're going to need a whole lot more teachers in this state than any other state because of that career ladder, which is absolutely crucial to have to deal with all the things that he just passionately laid out. So that's where we're at in terms of the vacancies. But I can tell you, we gave grant making this year with our federal grant to launch Grow Your Own programs in 23 of our 24 LEAs. And Out of those, I counted exactly how many people are in the pipeline. There's 600 teachers in the pipeline that have to make it successfully and have a high attrition rate. You saw the attrition rate through her program. So you got to keep them in and all those things. So the ability to cover your debt, the ability to get paid while you're earning and learning, all of those things are going to come into that factor. And then you got to make sure induction is legit too, because once they come in, right, if they leave, well, it's not all worth it if you can't keep them in. So we're going to need a whole lot more teachers. I can't project for you that number, but I can project for you what's the need now.
So, and I agree, the pay is certainly going to help and the planning time is going to help. My daughter's a teacher. I see how much time she puts into it just for planning, grading, and all those other things, and creating the lesson plan for the next day and so forth. It doesn't end. But with you're talking about losing teachers, how much effort do we put into really digging in and finding out what those reasons are when a teacher leaves?
I have them. I survey it every year. I can give you the top 5, top 3. I have all of them. I can tell you disproportionately they're teachers of color. I can tell you where they are, what subjects, all of those things. We just did a deep dive. The state board meetings now are the nerdiest hours, and I can promise you with lots of data. And so I can give you all of that down to the school. Right? And a lot of it is many different things. It's not feeling supported. It's the pay. It's the autonomy. All of those 3 things tend to be at the top for teachers. Induction is all over the place. It's those first 3. It really should be your first 5 years of your career. Not all of our counties assign a mentor that is consistent, that has free time to actually mentor teachers. One of the most important things that the state board's going to do this year is redo induction and promulgate new regulations to standardize that across our systems. It's that induction period. But the top 3 are pay, autonomy, and not feeling supported in the early parts of their career. And that has exacerbated over the last 2 years.
And how does that mentor have time out of their day to actually mentor?
You have to design a school system that allows to be able to identify mentors both in your retired teacher corps as well as your existing teacher corps, to be able to bring them and pay them and give them the time to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am listening to everything that everyone is saying, and I agree with them. And I am very much a fan of alternative pathways. I always have been. So one of the things that a holistic approach of what I'm thinking and what I'm seeing here is we've had a lot of education bills already in this committee and different fundings and a lot of funding issues, right, that are going to impact our local communities, our local counties. So is there anywhere that's looking at the whole approach? We have the AIB, we have all the recommendations in the blueprint. We have everything that we've been brought and that's being put into law now. We have MSDE, we have the State Board of Ed. Is there anywhere that's looking at this now and like kind of correlating that into a whole approach, which is what I thought the blueprint was supposed to be?
That was what the blueprint, the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education, I think was the formal name, that was what the commission did, was to look at the entire structure of education funding in the state, to recommend reforms to it, which were then adopted by the legislature.
Right, so we've already adopted those. So as we're bringing more new pieces into that, is there any way that's looking at, because I feel like we're kind of going into 2 different directions. We have everything under the AIB, we have everything under MSDE, and I feel like we're going into 2 different directions. We can have that conversation offline. And I am completely interested in all of your data as far as retention rates. And one of the other pieces that I would like to know is if there is a place where a lot of teachers that I've talked to have been very concerned about being injured in the classroom, about the safety of the classroom as far as students. And we recently had as far as restraint and seclusion and a lot of different reports, especially coming out of my county, about that. So how is that impacting the teachers' retention and the teachers' feeling safe in their classroom and their ability? So is there a place where I can get that information on how many?
Sure,
Okay.
but I will tell you, discipline does not come to the top. A lot of people think it does, but it is not. It doesn't even hit the top 5.
Okay.
I'm not denying that individual teacher who may have told you that they are experiencing challenges, or that middle school. I'm not. I was a middle school teacher 10 years in South LA. I can tell you many things. But at the end of the day, in terms of there's this chaos, that narrative is just not true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a whole different spectrum of that. It's not just discipline per se.
Yeah.
It's actually, a lot of.
But the support piece
Support.
is key, and you gotta
Yes.
differentiate that support, and it depends what that is. Every teacher is different. I needed help with X, she needed help with Y. And to be able to do that level of technical support and differentiate and have the right people to give it, that's the design challenge before us. And I'll tell you, I don't think we're running into different paths. I think we launched an amazing piece of legislation, the very reason why I wanted to come. But I think also it doesn't mean you don't look back and see what kind of supplemental reinforcements it needs to make sure it's successful. And some things we do revisit. There were some provisions in the child care part of it that were not thought out well, and that's okay. Have the humility to go back and just revamp that and make sure we look out for our child care providers. And I think it's still an amazing bill. We're all looking at the entire education system. No other state is doing that at the same time. And this bill is a reinforcement, a supercharger, a supplemental aspect of the piece to make sure the blueprint is successful. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's somewhere that we can go
Yeah.
to keep moving forward as we're putting new pieces into this. The other part I have is, where do you differentiate teacher pay based on high needs areas or applicable areas in the community? Like if you have a computer science teacher, as far as in that field, that's a very demanding field, and they do get a high rate of pay outside in the outside world. So do you have abilities as far as contracts and things like that to differentiate pay? I know we did talk about some with special ed and things like that.
So there's the thing in this bill that affects that is how the Teaching Fellows for Maryland Scholarship recipients fulfill their service obligation. Under current law, the law says that in order to fulfill their service obligation, they have to work in a school that's at least 50% free and reduced price meals. That has created a variety of complications, not the least of them, which is that teachers don't always get to determine what school they work in. So what the bill does is it opens that up a little bit to still allow for the service obligation to be fulfilled by teaching in a high-needs school as defined by the department, but then also in a high-needs teaching shortage area. So special education is a good example of that, where the shortage in special ed teachers has existed as long as I've been alive. And so that will serve as an incentive for people to go into that. This bill does not speak to the back-end concept of differential pay at all.
Because that's another way to retain, because if they can make more, obviously, we've heard it from SSTAT and a lot of other agencies that come in here.
I will say the data is and the superintendent can probably speak to this better than I can, but the data on juicing salary to help deal with those shortages is a little bit mixed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But, I definitely support your stance on not every assignment is the same, and you need rock star teachers. All teachers, I want to be rock stars, but I need exceptional rock stars in our rural and urban and high poverty schools and such. They tend to have the lowest tenure. And yes, if you're going to get a career changer in computer science or CTE, they're going to take a pay cut, so you got to make sure you're competitive as well. Right now, that is a local decision ultimately, and I think that's a conversation that we should look at in the future for our low-performing schools and such. The blueprint has a concept in there. I'm going to look at that data carefully, and if it's not working, we should have a conversation about that.
And I would just add that those are negotiated items for the local pay. I will say, as a fourth grade teacher in a Title I school for 14 years, it was the atmosphere in the building, the working conditions, the administration that we had, the class size that we had, the supports that we had that made us stay there. We had the same pay as everyone else, but we loved that school because of the respect we were given and all those other items. So we have to look at what is happening in the school also.
Okay, thank you. We have
that's
another panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have another panel. Come on up. Sam Zwirling, Christina Poosh, John Willems, and Karen Yoho. You ready?
Hi, I'm Christina Push, Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association and co-chair of the Office of Child Care Advisory Council. Thank you to Madam Chair and Vice Chair and the committee for this opportunity. The Maryland State Child Care Association enthusiastically supports House Bill 1219. We applaud the administration and many sponsors for recognizing as well as addressing educator workforce shortages, barriers, and equity concerns impacting our state, our children, our families, and our education system. HB 1219 opens the door for equitable alignment of the blueprint. Maryland needs and wants diverse teachers who are role models and look like the children they educate. We applaud the goals for mixed delivery, and you say you need child care providers to reach the Blueprint Pillar 1 goals. However, there were only 90 applicants for the pre-K grants and less than 30 were awarded. This number doesn't come close to meeting the 70-30 minimum split or the final recommendations of a 50-50 split to deliver pre-K. Barriers include teacher certification requirements, lack of equitable alternative pathways to certification for community providers, lack of resources to successfully write for and administer very complex pre-K grants, and funding flaws. Additionally, most jurisdictions requested waivers to meet these minimums for pre-K, which is not the goal of the blueprint. The ECE field needs bold and innovative approaches like HB 1219 to address the workforce crisis and approaches that meet the needs of the birth to 5 workforce. The development of innovative approaches to teacher prep in Maryland will ensure that the vision of mixed delivery system is realized and that further degradation of the childcare infrastructure is averted. If more licensed childcare businesses close due to the loss of 4-year-olds and income-eligible 3-year-olds because we cannot compete with public schools in the pre-K arena for teachers, how will this impact the goals of Pillar 1 to increase the supply of teachers and reduce achievement gaps? We lost our kindergartners when Preschool for All rolled out, and we pivoted the best we could. However, we cannot survive without 3s and 4s. The unintended consequences of doing nothing includes increasing tuition for infants and toddlers and 2s, which means many families will have less access to high-quality childcare, be forced into unlicensed or informal care, which is proven to have poor kindergarten readiness outcomes. HB 1219 takes important steps to address critical workforce shortages, begins to acknowledge and address equity issues, and allows for innovative alternative prep pathways and focuses on viable solutions to diversity through the dashboard, along with solutions to numerous problems, including recruitment and retainment of educators. MSC recommends a favorable committee report.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Samantha Zwirling from MSCA, representing 75,000 educators. You all just had a long discussion on this bill, so I won't belabor the point, but I just wanted to highlight the Teaching Fellows for Maryland scholarship piece of this bill. As you heard, this was set up under the blueprint, but unfortunately, it's been an underutilized program. So this bill would expand the eligibility and directs MSDE to publicize the program specifically at HBCUs and to students who are from members of groups that are underrepresented among our educators. This would allow aspiring educators in undergraduate or graduate programs who commit to 4 years in Maryland, and this increases the equity and access to the profession. As you heard, this has already been an underutilized program, and so expanding some of the eligibility will really get more folks into the profession. It does this by simplifying some of the entry requirements, by bringing them in line with other professional requirements, like changing the GPA requirement from a 3.3 to a 3, which would max the praxis waiver. It also opens up multiple pathways for candidates who are in good standing in other programs, and it also makes the program more accessible to educators in high-need areas, like we talked about earlier around special education. So this would also place the responsibility of administering the program under MSDE instead of under MHEC, which would make the program more dynamic and closely aligned, so we're looking at the whole state's workforce needs, as Delegate Miller was just mentioning there, so we can have a holistic look at this program. With that, MSDA urges a favorable report on HB 1219. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Yoho. I'm here as the chair of the MABE Legislative Committee. The Maryland Association of Boards of Education, MABE, representing all of the state's local boards of education, supports House Bill 1219, which features key initiatives to make bold and innovative progress to alleviate critical teacher and educator shortages in Maryland's public schools. MABE has consistently supported efforts by the General Assembly to assist local school systems in addressing the critical shortages of highly qualified teachers, principals, and other staff in every school and the classrooms of all students across the state. At this time, Maryland is experiencing critical shortages across all of the educational and related services professional fields. A critical shortage of the staff needed to deliver and support student learning and to administer schools as educational leaders. The Governor's Educator Shortage Act includes major initiatives to expand the alternative teacher certification program to include educators and pre-kindergarten programs, create a new Maryland educator recruitment, retention, and diversity dashboard, have Maryland join the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, reform the Teachers Fellows for Maryland Scholarship Program, and codify the Grow Our Own Educators Scholarship Program and Educator Internship Stipend Program. Through these programs, Maryland should be able to make meaningful progress toward recruiting and retaining high-quality and diverse educators from pre-K through 12th grade. Importantly, House Bill 1219 closely aligns with the blueprint for Maryland's futures, provisions related to educator compensation and professionalism, which are also intended to reduce the teacher shortage across the state. MABE firmly believes that the role of a full complement of qualified staff will be pivotal to the successful implementation of Blueprint for Maryland's future. The Blueprint features major expansions of full-day pre-kindergarten, student behavioral health services, college readiness courses, and career and technical education programs. Passage of House Bill 1219 will certainly advance the statewide effort to recruit, educate, and retain the professional educators essential to meet these objectives. All local boards of education value the essential role of the educators and staff persons who work for the public school systems as the keys to educating and meeting the needs of our students. Unfortunately, Maryland continues to experience a major teacher shortage due to a number of factors. And you have the rest of my comments in writing, so I'll stop.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Willems representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I've been before this committee for many years, let's just say a couple decades, on the teacher shortage in some way, shape, or form. And we have tried a lot of spot fixes or siloed approaches to addressing this issue. This bill does represent a more holistic and comprehensive approach, as you've heard described, I think, very well. I want to stress there is, I think, a strong correlation between this bill and the blueprint for Maryland's future. It can't be emphasized strongly enough that there is a lot of focus in the blueprint to raising starting salaries and improving working conditions and the professionalism of the field. So both of those kind of bookends of addressing the quality of the job, the attractiveness of the job, and then would also add, and Superintendent Chaudhry certainly touched on it, but using the federal ESSER funds to stand up the Grow Your Own program, or Grow Our Own program, and then to be able to make that a more permanent, robust program. And so to Delegate Buckles' question, there will be an ongoing significant investment, I feel, in that area. But if what we've done with the one-time federal money works, we ought to replicate that. We ought to make it a permanent feature and facet of what we do here in Maryland to get high school kids to think about the pathway to get into the classroom and to give back in their local communities. There are some studies that even shock me where most teachers are teaching within 35 miles of where they went to school. Most teachers say they want to teach in schools close to where they went to school. And maybe that says something about the folks who do want to give back and who did have good experiences in their classrooms. But we need to reflect that in the kinds of incentives we provide to make it affordable for young people, dedicated people, passionate people to get into the classrooms, stay in the classrooms, and be supported when they're there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. There are a couple other folks signed up to testify and a couple virtually. Laura Wheeldryer and Laura Stewart, please come up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Laura Wheeldryer, Executive Director of Maryland Family Network. We're a statewide early childhood advocacy organization, and we are very excited to support House Bill 1219 and urge favorable consideration from this committee. But you've heard a lot of testimony this afternoon, so I mostly just want to say ditto.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Stewart, and I am here representing Free State PTA, which is our statewide PTA organization that represents members and families in over 500 public schools. We strongly support House Bill 1219 because it aligns with our Free State PTA's principle for legislative action that all children have a right to an excellent, equitable education. Our legislative agenda also supports legislation that expands the Maryland Teacher Career and Technical Education Program coupled with tuition assistance. We strongly support this bill because it requires the State Department of Education to establish specific goals for the recruitment and retention of teachers and teacher preparation programs in the state, and requires a Maryland Education recruitment, retention, and diversity dashboard. Also, we strongly support the establishment of the Grow Our Own Education Scholarship Program and the establishment of the Educator Internship Stipend Program to provide stipends to student teachers and internships working directly with students. Additionally, we support the expansion of the Teaching Fellows for Maryland Scholarship targeting high-need schools and content areas. Free State PTA members have communicated that their children have had gaps in their education due to this teacher shortage. For instance, we have had reports of unqualified substitutes teaching higher level math and science, English as a second language, and special education courses. We have had reports of students even having to recruit their own qualified long-term substitutes. Students with concentrated poverty have more gaps in credentialed teachers, and this was the case even before the pandemic. So therefore, we urge a favorable report in support of House Bill 1219. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And the folks that were signed up to test virtually are not in the waiting room, so that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1219. Calling Delegate Adams, House Bill 656.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, Delegate Chris Adams, Chair of the Talbot County delegation, here to present House Bill 656 titled Talbot County Board of Education Election of Officers. This bill will require the Talbot County Board of Education to elect a president and vice president from amongst its members at the last meeting at the end of each calendar year or at the meeting in December each year. 20 seconds on the bill. After an election in Talbot County, there is a budget process. This past cycle, the vice president did not run for re-election, and they had to go through a budget process to pass a budget before the new council was then appointed in January. So this bill seeks to resolve an issue that happened this year and for some years prior. So we'd ask for the city's favorable consideration of this local courtesy bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Adams? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 656. And I'm hoping Delegate Karen Tolles is about to walk in the door. She was here, but our first bill went a little lengthy. Well, Delegate Conaway, would you like to come up and do House Bill 880? Welcome to Ways and Means, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't seen you for a while. Miss you down the way. Thank you, committee, for having me. Delegate Frank Conaway, Jr., here to present House Bill 880. The bill's name is Education, Public Middle School, Course on Collateral Consequences of Criminal Conviction. The reason why I'm here is because in my committee, we often hear about teaching collateral consequences of a criminal conviction after a person is incarcerated. When a certain person was sworn into office, a comment was made that we may have to lock them up. And this was recent. And I was sitting there listening to this comment, and I was wondering who is we and who is them. And then I reflected on what the governor said about reach one and teach one. For years, I've been writing about this collateral consequences of the criminal conviction. Several years ago, well, not several, probably 10 years ago or so, maybe 400 or 500 key people in the state went downtown to Baltimore to watch a documentary called Waiting for Superman. In this documentary, they had people on a conveyor belt, and 4 people would go through the conveyor belt, and then the 5th one would come, and the door would open, and they would fall into the trap. That trap, to me, is the pipeline to the penitentiary. What I wanted to do was suggest that the collateral consequences of criminal conviction be taught sometime between high school and the beginning the beginning or ending of the middle school. I've written several letters on the issue, and some of you know that Department of Legislative Services even gives out a booklet. This one was a copy from 2021. So I figured when I present it to you, you might say, well, how are we going to teach this? How much is this going to cost? I mean, this has to be a major course. I did a sample fall break home test, which had 20 questions on it. And you could give a person, a student, the 20 questions in the booklet, and they could find out what kind of charge they'll be facing when they commit certain crimes. You see, it's too late once you get convicted and you're sitting in there with your record and you're sitting there looking at 5 years, but then you're going to say something stupid like I can do 5 years standing on my head. We had a gentleman that come down. He said if he knew what he was getting into, he would have gladly taken 3 months or 5 months off, but instead he wound up doing 30 years. And he didn't know what he was getting into. So all I'm saying is we need to teach people before they get into trouble so that if we can save 1 or 2 from getting into the pipeline to the penitentiary, we might have done a job well done. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Conaway. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I hope for a favor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Delegate Long has a question.
Thank you, Delegate. It's a great bill.
Thank you.
Just curious, do you think junior high school's early enough to start teaching children responsibilities and what the consequences of bad behavior are?
Well, seeing how we're having problems with gun issues, with people that are in junior high school, middle school, upper elementary school, I think they need to know what these penalties are. And if you can carry a gun, or if you can get on a corner, or if you can steal a car, or do whatever you want to do, at least somebody should be able to tell you what you're doing.
Right. So, I'm just curious. Your program would start in junior high school, am I correct?
No, it would be up to the school superintendent. It's not mandatory. They could choose where they want to teach it. It's a simple booklet. You take it home for your spring break. You have 20 questions. How much time do you get for stealing a car?
Right.
How much time do you get for armed robbery? How much time do you get for robbery with a stun gun? And you just look through the book, you fill in the answers, you say, well, that's 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It'll only take you about a half hour.
I think it's a good idea, great idea.
Thank you. Any other questions?
That's my job.
I'm sorry.
Delegate
You're right, I
Grosser.
was wrong.
Delegate Grosser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. I really appreciate the idea and the intent behind the curriculum. Just wanted to ask if you would consider in this engaging people who are formerly incarcerated individuals who might share with young people what they wish they knew when they were in middle school, when they were telling people they'd do 5 years standing on their head. I think there could be a true impact, right, to middle schoolers, not only to have that booklet that kind of gives you the nuts and bolts of it, but to hear individual stories of what knowing that at a different age might have meant for some folks. So just curious if you'd consider that with this curriculum.
I would be glad to consider that, but I'd like to make this comment. For my community, I think a lot of the people in my community are aware of what's going on. They're aware of some of the potential, but we don't have that frank conversation. You hear, well, yeah, you could do the 5 years standing on your head, versus someone telling you, no, I did the 5 and you can't do 5 days. I wanted to go home early. You see, that puts you in a different class to tell that kind of truth. You have to be hard, you know, I did the 5, I was okay, versus saying, day 1, I wanted to go home. So,
I think they definitely would hear it differently.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, now seeing none. Thank you, Delegate Conaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for having me.
Thank you. And now we have your judiciary comrade, Delegate Tolles, on a Prince George's County bill. I don't know what they're doing over there without the two of you. House Bill 1079, Delegate Tolles.
Thank you. I like your bill, Delegate Conaway. You're welcome. Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Chair, and Vice Chair Wilkins, who's not here, but tell her I said hello, and esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm getting to see a lot of you all. For the record, I'm Delegate Karen Tolles, and I am the chair of the Prince George's Delegation Education Subcommittee, and I'm here. Hello, Delegate Charles, who sent me over here, but he's here now. HB 1079 is a cumulative bill, and of all the recommendations that have been given as a result of our county executives, Board of Education work group in 2021, and our House Delegations Board of Education work group in 2022. There's a need to to reorganize our Board of Education to ensure that we are delivering the best results on behalf of our students. And essentially, it does a number of things, including adding to the board and superintendent's current responsibilities. You all have the bill, so I won't go over each point. And both of these work groups met for the past year, invited key stakeholders in education policy, and held hearings to the public to draft these specific recommendations. And this has been a 2-year conversation. We would like to put these recommendations into law moving forward with ushering in a new board, new responsibilities, and also the delegation committee met this morning, and in the committee, we will be offering several amendments coming forward soon. So the bill in its current posture will change a bit, and hopefully I can get the committee to vote this out next week to have those amendments to you soon, Madam Chair. And with that, I ask for a favorable report on HB 1079. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Tolles. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Delegate Tolles.
Thank you. See you all next week.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1079. And is Delegate Schlega here? We are going to just pause for one moment, please. Okay, we are bumping you way up, Delegate McGaskill.
Look at God. Good afternoon. Is it okay to bring
House,
my panel up?
yeah, let me call the bill, House Bill 868. And you have jumped way up, Delegate McGaskill, and you can bring up whoever you want to, you have 2 virtual and I have 5 listed here. I'll find it in my, my notes, but you can bring up whoever's here on your bill.
Thank you. I can go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and my colleagues of Ways and Means. Just want to make a side note. This is my first time testifying today. First was the reparations and now today. Take a deep breath. For the record, my name is Alethea McCaskill, and I'm here asking for a favorable report for House Bill 868, Child Care Provider Stabilization Program. The intent of this bill is to help with the deficit of recruitment and retention in our industry. The hope is that if a provider enrolls children who utilizes the Child Care Scholarship Program, then they will qualify for our monthly stipend. The reason this legislation has been brought forth is because currently there is not a holistic approach as to how we will repair the child care industry and keeping our providers inclusive here in Maryland. This includes not only stabilizing the scholarship program, but also stabilizing sufficient funding for eligible providers to bring us to a livable wage. Today, you will hear from Ms. Crystal Barksdale, the one and only, our regional leader from SEIU Local 500, and you'll hear from Ms. Laura from the Maryland Family Network. Also, there has been additional legislation introduced this session around child care. This bill is unique because it specifically targets the retention and recruitment of child care providers who serve those children who are most vulnerable. Why this bill now? I often hear and say that children are our future, that we love children, or that the child care industry is woven into the fabric of our economy. Child care is composed of not only supportive families, but engaged communities and highly qualified providers. You see, I too am a family child care provider, and this coming May, it will be 25 years that I've served families in Baltimore County. I have served those families for the 25 years with many sacrifices. Without quality providers, such as myself, there is no child care, and without child care, we risk not only diminishing the opportunity of proper brain development, but we risk the increase of the school to prison pipeline, we risk public safety, and we increase public health disparities, and we also decrease the possibility of raising simply responsible citizens. Of these disparities, it's a reality that we all will pay an even higher cost than that's attached to the fiscal note if we don't invest now. Other states have successfully implemented this very program. Some states refer to it as the Bedrock Fund. In Washington State, licensed providers will receive $2,000 a month. And in California, licensed providers receive $700 to $850 a month. And in Maine, although a complicated formula, their providers receive $1,000 to $2,000 a month. In the long run, we should aim for this funding to be sufficient to ensure that all providers are earning a livable wage. Additional income for providers will incentivize those who are skeptical about joining our workforce. It will also allow us to pay for benefits such as medical and the lack thereof is of retirement, in which many of our providers do not have. It will help lower the cost of quality child care and ease the burden to our families. We have to be careful as we think about where our industry is. We do not want to see our children go into that dark world of illegal child care that encompasses the threat of health, safety, as well as child development. I have been most fortunate to have grown up in a stable child environment. I have also been fortunate enough to complete many degrees. I also am fortunate enough to have a husband who is financially responsible. But I will say, for most of my colleagues in the childcare industry, who are mostly women and women of color, they have not had that luxury. For them, they live check to check, perhaps. So this leads me right back to why this bill now. Providers have had the great exodus in Maryland and here in the childcare industry. Some of our Maryland General Assembly priorities is restoring state government and establishing and maintaining the quality of educators. So I believe, as with others, that this child care provider stabilization program will help do just that. Thank you for listening, and thank you in advance for the consideration of this bill. And now I turn it over to my esteemed panel. You can make your choice.
Go right ahead.
Oh, good morning, everybody. How are you? Oh, I'm sorry, it's afternoon. I'm so sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? I'm tired. I'm sorry. But my name is Crystal Barksdale. I am a family child care provider in Baltimore County, the owner of Miss Crystal's Little Rugrats in the Windsor Mill area. I've been doing child care for about 25 years, I can say, and I love it. But the last 3 years have been like no other for the most of us. The impact of COVID-19 was felt acutely by parents, children, providers in the child care system. The top reason why many Marylanders did not go back to work was because because of the pandemic. They couldn't afford child care. So if you can't afford child care, you can't go to work. We do urge a favorable report on HB 868, the Child Care Provider Stabilization Program. What COVID taught me was that child care was finally seen as essential for our community. That was, in my 25 years, the first time that's ever happened, that I've seen. It was very important. But what I noticed, what I also saw was after everything opened back up, it went back to business as normal. Child care was put back on the back burner. And it was just like, fend for yourself. As far as child care providers were concerned, a lot of child care providers had to close their doors because they couldn't afford to keep them open because the parents couldn't afford to pay the child care providers. So if you can't afford to pay for child care, the child care business closes, and then what happens? Your community is left with children left in the house with who knows who. And children are not educated. If children are not educated, they're left in the community to do whatever. And that's just not fair. So we do urge you to do a favorable report on this bill. I'm sorry, it is freezing in here. I don't know how y'all do it.
Can you tell me your name again, ma'am?
Crystal Barksdale.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next?
Madam Chair, honorable members, good afternoon again. My name is Laura Wheeldryer, and I'm Executive Director of Maryland Family Network, a statewide early childhood advocacy organization. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 868. You have my written testimony, so I'll be very brief, not as brief as last time. But, Madam Chair, the pandemic taught us a lot about ourselves. One of the most unflattering things we learned is how consistently over the decades we as a society have devalued childcare and childcare providers. I'm just going to point out that we had a robust and fantastic long discussion about the plight of teachers in the K-12 system and educator shortage. And now I would like to say public school teachers are actually the 1%ers of this world compared to childcare providers. Childcare providers make an hourly wage. They don't have health care benefits largely. They don't get state retirement pension, and they don't have time off, paid time off. So think of all the challenges we just talked about related to K-12 teachers and magnify it by 1,000 times. So parents also will commiserate with each other privately about what do you do for childcare? How do you pay for childcare? How are you making this work? I'm pulling my hair out. And employers will lament, oh, she's out again today because she couldn't find childcare or her childcare was closed. Everyone agrees there is a problem. Yet we have collectively failed to come to terms with the fact that not only is childcare vital to the economy, it is an essential public good that we have left to flounder in a dysfunctional private system. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has called childcare a textbook example of a broken market. Madam Chair, this legislation is a great chance for us to start to fix it. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Ellie Cowan with Compass Advocacy, here on behalf of the Maryland State Child Care Association in strong support of HB 868. I would not be here today without childcare. I've had my son in a family daycare, Little Bear Daycare with Miss Shantae Dozier since he was 4 months old, and he'll be 2 in May. Having a child care provider that you trust, leaving your most important, the most important person to you in the world with, is of paramount importance to being able to participate in your job and earn money for your family. And it breaks my heart knowing that this industry that is the bedrock of our economy is so undervalued. The bill that you have here today would provide necessary funding for everything from food and cleaning supplies that the costs have skyrocketed, and that these providers are paying out, paying for, to staff retention bonuses. It also adds additional incentives to enroll more child care scholarship families. And you all have heard, I think that was maybe a week or two ago, about the child care scholarship program. So we know the vital need there. So in summation, I really urge you to pass this bill out of committee, since we need it. We can't wait any longer. This industry has done so much for so little for too long. So thank you very much, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. We have 2 folks signed up virtually, Brianna January and Mary Beth Testa. So Brianna January, if you'd like to go, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed committee members. Brianna January, representing the Maryland Association of Counties in support of HB 868. Committee, HB 868 would provide critical operational and financial support from the state to the childcare industry in Maryland at a time when, as you heard, the industry is at its brink. County resources have also been pushed to their brink after the height of the pandemic. Counties view this bill as a welcomed resource to stabilize and strengthen the childcare industry in the state, and we thank the bill sponsor for introducing it. For those reasons, MACO supports the bill and urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Testa?
Delegate McCaskill, thank you for your work, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mary Beth Testa, and I've had the privilege of being a part of the Prince George's Child Resource Center team since 2015. As you consider this bill to make grants to childcare programs and providers, I want you to notice, please, that the field of early childhood educators, they're amazing, and they're not okay. These are people who need to be healthy and well, compensated and supported to show up every day. They are necessary so that parents can go confidently to work and children are in nurturing learning environments, and we're taking them for granted. Nationally, 81% of center-based and 73% of family child care providers report stress, anxiety, depression, feelings they know are impacting their ability to provide high-quality care. Stabilization grants approved by Congress in 2021 made a huge difference, and these investments rolled out in Maryland in a couple of rounds, but they ended in 2022. There's 2 things I want to tell you about that. One, it is not reasonable to expect those funds to last. They arrived in a moment of mounting debt for childcare programs and personally for the childcare workforce. They ended in a moment of intensity of gas prices and grocery prices, while competition for wages pulled more and more people away from this work. 2, providers in Maryland share that they're still here because of those grants, but for how much longer? The number one thing they need to stay, competitive wages. They're supporting all of our families, and we must make it possible for them to support themselves and their own families too. This bill is the way. They need dollars to operate and professional wages for themselves and staff. They have housing bills and grocery bills that they can't meet. This is desperate and real. The core of the quality of early care and education is the caregiver educator herself. Please see what it takes to do this every day and make a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 868, House Bill 935, Delegate Rose, and there's a Laura Stewart signed up as well in favorable.
Good afternoon. It's great to be back home with my family. I miss you all. For the record, Delegate April Rose here to support House Bill 935. We've had this bill before, and I appreciate so much of the committee's support in the past. This is the bill that will enable county boards of education to allow computer science or computer programming to satisfy the graduation requirement for one of the math credits. I would like to make clear that this bill would allow the localities to adopt this option, but it does not mandate any changes in curriculum. According to code.org research, there are currently more than 600,000 open computing jobs nationwide. This is an increase of over 225,000 positions just since my testimony last year. You have heard consistently in this committee, there are between 15,000 to 20,000 open computing jobs in the state of Maryland. These are all high-paying jobs, well over double the average annual salary of other positions. Women who try computer science in high school are 10 times more likely to choose this as a major. Black and Latino students are 7 times more likely, and this trend continues to grow in the United States. But in order to have access, we have to make this an option. Last year, I testified 40 out of 50 states allow a computer science or computer programming class to count toward a math or science graduation credit. This number has increased to 48 states, and Maryland should join this list. It's important to take this step and make this one of the graduation options, because as our high school students are making choices in their classes, they've certainly put an emphasis on what they need to graduate. So giving it that value is extremely important. Surveys have given that over 90% of parents would like to have this opportunity for their children. I think that this bill really aligns with what we're trying to do in Blueprint with the workforce development and training our children to be equipped for success in the future. And while it's going to take several years for that to be fully implemented, we have kids in school right now that are making these decisions, and I think that it's extremely important to give them this option. I've been in the technical recruiting field for over 14 years, and it goes without question the hardest positions to fill and the most valuable are in the computer science and programming arena, and the average starting salary for just a basic help desk technician is between $60,000 and $65,000 per year. These are great jobs and great opportunities for our kids. This bill passed last year unanimously on the floor, and we passed it also back during COVID in 2020. It did not move in the Senate. I'm hopeful that this will be the year to finally get this legislation passed. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much, and I urge a favorable report.
Hello again, Laura Stewart here, representing Free State PTA. We are here to support the passage of HB 935. We hear constantly that kids need more paths. So not every kid is on the path to complete calculus by the time they are out of high school. They might not be ready to do that. So to have more choices to fulfill that math credit past Algebra 2 is only a plus, because it just gives more choices. Those choices should also come with help from the counselors to make sure they're not cutting off opportunities, but to expand the opportunity to take an AP computer programming class is actually really important to the workforce for tomorrow. My own child, both of them were very interested in computer programming, and they took Java in high school, enjoyed it immensely. Unfortunately, they also had to get the tech credit because Java didn't count for that. So now, some kids might need an extra math credit and this tech credit, and yet all the computer courses don't even count for that. It becomes really stressful for kids that are in programs. Both my kids were in programs, IB and art, 2 semesters of art a year. So you can imagine it's really hard to get all your credits in. So it forces kids into summer school. It means they can't do maybe an internship they want to do because it's just so hard to get everything in. So if we can fit everything in and expand opportunities, Free State is all about that. So we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for bringing this bill, and good to see you, Delegate Rose. So when I was in school, right, and, I only got as high as Algebra 2, right, I wasn't, into calculus or any of that, but, I always thought as a kid, like, one of my complaints was, how am I ever going to use these skills in the real world, right? And I don't remember ever using algebra since I've left high school. So I guess my question is, related to this and the classes you're proposing to count as credit, how would you see these actually being applied, these skills being applied in the real world versus, nothing to take away from algebra and calculus, but I've never used it once since high school, so.
Thank you for the question. And so this bill, as amended, I worked with Delegate Ebersol because algebra is very important to him. And so this does, this does address that situation. So as long as you have either completed first Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, or you're concurrently taking it, you're able to use the third math credit to satisfy the graduation requirement. And why I think it's important is, as the young lady had just mentioned, you can take these classes. You can go to community college, do concurrent enrollment, and get a certification, and you can go today and apply for and get hired to become a help desk technician, which is the entry level into these fields. Once you start those types of jobs, the world is open to you. And so if we truly want to give our kids an opportunity without saddling them with 4 years of debt, give them usable skills to be successful in life, this is a very inexpensive and great way to do so. I think it's great for kids to go to college, absolutely, but I also think it's great for them to be successful, and often they can complete their degrees through working through these positions because most companies will provide tuition reimbursement. So it's just a great, it's not even a small step, it's like a giant step toward a successful career, and that's why I think this is so important.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we miss you, Delegate Rose.
I miss you too.
And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 935. Calling Delegate Szeliga, House Bill 985.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Ways and Means. For the record, my name is Delegate Kathy Szeliga. Today in front of you is House Bill 985. For some of you that have been on the committee for a couple of years, you've seen this before. And 985 is simply enabling legislation. What it will do is allow any county, it doesn't require, it allows any county, Baltimore City or Towson University, an institution of higher learning that has an education program, to establish a virtual learning school. One thing we learned from COVID is that virtual education doesn't work for everybody. But something we learned from COVID is that virtual learning does really work well for some students. And allowing students to have a full education, we're not talking about, what teachers, really did a great job during COVID, but the program that they were teaching was not created to be taught online. It was not created to be a virtual learning program. This would allow any school system to put an RFP out, and there are 3 companies today that do this exact thing in 28 other states. And they will, put the bid out, they will be able to deliver a quality education virtually. There's some misunderstandings with some of the opposition testimony that you'll see. This bill does require Maryland certified teachers. It does require Maryland teachers. It does require the education to be rigorous and up to Maryland standards. There are some exemptions for time spent because, as you know, in a virtual environment, it's not the same as a child arriving at 8 a.m. and going home at 4 p.m. It's outside the box. So I believe you've had a couple of other virtual learning bills before you. And, I would request that if you put together a work group to study this issue, because I do believe, again, some kids really do well in this. It also delivers great home and hospital care education. It's also an opportunity for kids who are being bullied, who need another alternative way to learn because of a current situation, health risk, health issue. This is something that I think should be available to any student in the state of Maryland. And again, counties don't have to do it, and they also wouldn't have to develop a very expensive program in-house. They could simply put it out to bid. So with that, I'd ask for a favorable vote. And if you do put a work group together to look at this issue, I hope you would include Pearson, who is one of the 3 companies that does this in other states, and they're actually headquartered right in Howard County, right in the chairman's own backyard. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions for Delegate Schlega? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 985. House Bill 881, Delegate Queen. And there you have 1 individual signed up virtually that's favorable. And committee, I will let you know that Delegate Queen had a video that was emailed to everyone, the link to watch it. So if you haven't watched it, check your inbox. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and the esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee. How are you? For the record, I'm Delegate Pam Queen, presenting HB 881, Early Childhood Collaboratives, Established and Tax Credits for Contributions. So what this bill does is establishes a publicly and privately funded Early Childhood Collaborative, which would be under the Maryland Department of Education. And so the video, and I'll tell you a little bit about it, is an example that is done in Mississippi first, so it's a really good way of bringing together the public and private sector to address our pre-K needs that state saw that they needed, as well as our state. So what this bill does is does 2 things. It establishes an equitable, quality, and community-based educational model for pre-K. And 2, it's going to outline a privately funded approach to address any state funding gaps towards pre-K education. So unlike Mississippi, we already have, as part of our blueprint for Maryland, funding and allocation for community schools as well as pre-K. And so what this is doing is to establish a fund that would help with any gaps in terms of doing it. So this ELC model is comprised of school districts, Head Start agencies, child care centers, and private nonprofit organizations that can receive public and private funds to ensure educational standards for pre-K programs are available and consistent across our state for our families. And the funding approach is intended to fill any gaps with state income tax credits from private individual business donors, and this funding will supplement all of our state budget dollars allocated to pre-K education. And so this is an important framework for us to achieve the goals of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, which emphasizes equitable early education opportunities that will prepare all of our children across the state to be successful. And so we look to have a favorable recommendation on this bill so that we will not leave any children behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see if Miss Brianna January is in the waiting room. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Brianna January again with the Maryland Association of Counties, this time in strong support of HB 881. And we'd like to thank the bill sponsor for its innovative approach to what is really a complex challenge that we're all facing. You do have my written testimony, so I'll be brief. Committee, it's no secret that local jurisdictions, our county governments, and our local boards of education alike have grave concerns about implementing the Blueprint's early education pillar, especially expanding universal pre-K. There just simply isn't enough physical space. There aren't enough providers, public or private. And while HB 881 is just one solution to the problem, counties do see it as an innovative additional tool in the toolbox and a step in the right direction. We look forward to working with the General Assembly more on this bill and other issues around pre-K expansion. With that, MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness or for Delegate Queen? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Delegate Queen. We do have someone signed up unfavorable, Deborah Bracado.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Deborah Bracado from Maryland Right to Life. On behalf of over 200,000 followers across the state, we do object to House Bill 881. As written, the bill would allow entities that promote and provide abortions access to minor students in public and private pre-kindergarten programs as a collaborative partner. We oppose the abortion industry using pre-kindergarten programs to bypass parental rights to gain access to minor children and the use of public money for this purpose. Maryland Right to Life requests an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from the application of this bill. This bill would allow the public and private pre-kindergarten programs to be used as a conduit into the abortion industry and use taxpayer money to do so. This type of access at so young an age initiates familiarity with the abortion industry under the guise of collaboration as an educational partner. So while they might not discuss abortion, other topics may be discussed, and these businesses would become familiar to young children, giving them the impression that this is a healthy relationship. The only goal for an abortion business is to have a pipeline of clients. Planned Parenthood has already partnered with California school systems to have clinics in all the schools. I would like to say it does allow an easy pathway for the abortion industry to prey on minor girls. The state of Maryland must do better to protect women and girls. And while we think that Delegate Queen has very good goals for this bill, to make sure her goals are met and no money from this bill are misdirected, we urge an amendment prohibiting this bill being used for abortion purposes. So with those reasons in mind, Maryland Right to Life does oppose the promotion of the abortion industry via the public and private pre-kindergarten programs. So we oppose House Bill 881. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 881. Committee, I don't see anyone else here, so we are going to take a pause for a moment. Oh, I see you right there, Delegate Valderrama. Why don't you say something? Wave at me. Yes? Come on up. House Bill 960, Delegate Valderrama. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, Chris Valderrama here to present House Bill 960, Asian American History Curriculum Requirement. This legislation is not the first time this has come before this esteemed committee, and it's, I would dare say, not complicated. It requires the State Board of Education to develop curriculum content standards to include Asian American history in our public school U.S. history curriculum, which is usually taught in 5th, 8th, and sometimes during high school grades. The bill uses the word, quote, unit, which may not be an accurate term of art. The intent of the bill is merely to include the Asian American story in our U.S. history content because Asian American history is U.S. history. So last year, I had a young 7th grader testify in favor of this legislation. She could not be here today, so I have Ms. Lily Peng who will be following my testimony. But this young lady shared some insight into why she thought that this legislation is necessary, and I'd like to quote her here. So, quote, "My social studies curriculum this year is all about U.S. history. In the short expanse of time between August and February, I've sailed the New World, dumped tea in Boston Harbor, debated the pros and cons of the Articles of Confederation, and traveled down the Oregon Trail in pursuit of a journey west. But I've never learned about the Asian Americans who labored on sugarcane plantations, or the early Filipino immigrants who established a settlement in 1763 on the outskirts of New Orleans, Louisiana. Asian Americans came to the U.S. as early as the late 1700s, yet in all of my formative years, I cannot recall one time that I learned about the history of Asian Americans in school," end quote. So I have no objection to the course outline that this Howard County student, Howard County, Madam Chair, described. So Howard County is well known for its quality educational system. Maryland students should learn about the U.S. Revolution, our form of government, and the westward expansion of our nation. But I was struck by her words when we spoke that she cannot recall one time that she had learned about the history of Asian Americans in school. So unfortunately, I feel that this student is learning a very important lesson about Asian American history and about Asian Americans by extension. She is being taught that she and her history are invisible. Her non-Asian classmates are similarly learning a different lesson. They are being taught that Asian Americans are others who are not truly American and not part of our common history. By ignoring the unique vignettes of Asian American history in our curriculum, we are perpetuating the myth that Asian Americans come from some other place else, someplace else, even though we too can be born in the United States, such as myself. So I'm not seeking to make non-Asian students feel bad about injustices that have been perpetrated on others by others, but in fact, it's just the opposite. Through this bill, I'm just attempting to not just reinforce to Asian American students that their story is an essential part of American history, but I'm also seeking to expand the experience of non-Asian students who might know very little about the Asian American experience and who might not think that Asians can actually be American. So moreover, there are plenty of Asian American events that are joyous and inspiring and that do not focus on oppression. It's, though ironic, I will say, that when events in Asian American history are taught, the two most common topics that are covered are one, the Chinese Exclusion Act, and second, the Japanese internment in World War II, which are both very sad examples of our country not exemplifying its greater ideals. So it's no surprise to any of you in this committee that over the past few years, since COVID-19 has emerged, there has been a very serious uptick in anti-Asian American hate and harassment. So our awareness of these incidents has faded as our awareness of COVID has also somewhat faded. But still they occur. And so last December, unfortunately and sadly, another elderly woman was pushed off a subway platform in New York City. A few weeks ago, a young woman at a bus stop was repeatedly stabbed in the head while her assailant yelled, quote, there will be one less terrorist in the world. Many of us have grown numb to reports of such tragedies, and even the news media reports, fewer are being reported of these tragic stories. Anti-Asian hate has even sullied debate in Congress, where recently Representative Judy Chu from California was accused of being un-American because she supported another well-respected Asian American for a government appointment. And even after bipartisan backlash, The accuser doubled down by saying it wasn't xenophobic to question the Congresswoman's loyalty to her country. So given all of this, it should not shock each of us here that recent Brookings Institution research found that Americans are more likely than not to believe that referring to the coronavirus as, quote, Chinese virus or, quote, Wuhan virus is appropriate. 1 in 3 of those surveyed believe that Asian Americans are more loyal to their country of origin than to the United States, up from 1 in 5 when the question was asked in 2021. So again, what is forgotten by the question is that Asian Americans might actually be in their country of origin, as I said, such as myself, because I am American. So I just want to make it clear to the committee that the hate and harassment of Asian Americans is not new. It predates the coronavirus by many, many years. And so moreover, Asian Americans have been absent from our American history curriculum since forever, basically. So we have simply been invisible, whether people here who are of non-Asian descent believe that or not. But I believe in the power of education. So I also believe that by improving what we teach our students, our future, we can build empathy and critical thinking, which could prevent anti-Asian American attacks in the future. So students like Lily, students could learn to listen and speak and thoughtfully in a world that is increasingly complex and interconnected, because Asian Americans would no longer be viewed as other and would instead be viewed as part of the great melting pot that we always so view and proudly celebrate in our nation. At least I do, and most cities in our nation do. This would be a very positive thing. And so because Asian American history is American history, for all the reasons that I mentioned and I'm so passionate about, I would urge this committee to move a favorable report of House Bill 960. So thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Valderrama. Lily Peng, who's from Howard County, you are not in my district. You used to be, but we just redid the line, so you are no longer in my district. But welcome, happy to have you here whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Lily Peng, and I'm an 11th grader at River Hill High School, and I'm testifying in support of HBO 960. The last time I testified for a similar bill, HBO 922, I was in 10th grade. 1 year ago, or 1 year later today, I'm here doing the same thing as my community and I continue to fight for representation and education. Ignorance lies at the root of hate. The fear of others manifests when you see people as an other rather than your own. We are not others, but people think we are, largely because they are unaware of our contributions to history. People don't know about the Asian American contributions to the civil rights movement. People don't know about how Asian Americans built the Transcontinental Railroad, which this country ran on for years. Students are fighting for change. As the co-founder and president of Project Lotus, Asian American Student Union at my school, we work to educate people, whether that be through school-wide celebrations of diversity and culture, or through our own curriculum, which we are writing to implement at our local school for AAPI month, which is coming up very soon. Us as students recognize the need for change. We recognize the importance of learning, and we recognize the importance of helping others to learn as well. 3 other states have already passed similar bills, and it is time for Maryland to follow suit, because we are tired of being viewed as others, and it is time to raise a generation of more educated youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today. We have one individual that has signed up virtually, Ryan Zhao. So is he?
Yeah, I believe, Madam Chair, he wanted to testify, but he had tennis tryouts, and so he sends his regrets, but I need a tissue
understand.
box. That's what I need.
Any question? Delegate Wu has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say Delegate Valderrama and Ms. Lily Peng. I feel like emotion comes in when you speak, and I share the same sentiment. I think, what do you think the challenge we're facing to passing this bill? Like we had discussion last year, what did you see, what the resistance from passing this bill?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, Delegate.
So we have been talking about this for years, right? So what's the resistance passing this bill?
Well, I will take a stab at that, but I've had conversations with the superintendent, with MSEA. It's not so much the resistance, but there was discussion about mandating how they should do it. I'm really open and amenable to however we can make this work. Clearly, it's not precedent. It's already established in 3 other states. There's many advocacy groups that are willing to work with MSEA, including my office. I don't think it's so much that they don't think it should be included, but how and the manner that we do it.
I see. Madam Chair, I want to give a shout out to Lily, who actually from my district, and thank you. Thank you for skipping school day and come here, and truly appreciate that.
Oh, so it's between you and the chair. Interesting.
Oh, no.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 960, House Bill 1054, Delegate Hill, and you have one person here favorable with amendment. I don't know, Kat Carter, if you want her to come up, it's up to you. Then we have 2 people virtually.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Terry Hill, and I'm presenting House Bill 1054, which those of you who've been on the committee are probably familiar with in earlier versions. But for those who are not, this bill is designed to address a problem in our health system. And it's coming before you because it's a problem that we primarily see manifest in the school system. And that is that we have a significant number of students who don't see well and never get the glasses they need. And it's a little bit like sending someone into battle without the proper equipment. The thing that's interesting about vision is that you may not know that you can't see well until you get glasses. And those of you who wear glasses know when you take them off, the world looks very, very different. And you may remember the first time you ever put a pair on. And I suspect that memory is that you were shocked to see how much clearer things were. So we have here in the state, a mandatory screening that takes place in the school systems. But once that screening is done, if a child fails the screening, the parents are notified, and because of the work of Ms. Kat Carter, they're given information that a screening is just a screening, and the parents are told you really need to take your child to get a vision exam, and they may need glasses. And we give that information out. And we'll actually have the school system follow up with the parent to see if it was done, but that's it. And we know that in some jurisdictions in our state, up to 30% of the kids who need glasses never get them. There are also studies that have demonstrated that if you don't get glasses that you need, it doesn't take long before you fall behind academically. And when you fall behind academically, it can be very frustrating and lead to behavioral health issues as well. So we sat down and tried to come up with a way to address this problem without forcing some unfunded mandate onto local jurisdictions, without interfering with parental rights or trying to force parents into doing things that they didn't want to do, and accepting the fact that as a state, the buck should stop with us. It is not enough to say, we found out about the problem, it's not our problem. Otherwise, why are we doing all these screenings in the first place? Why are we investing in the blueprint if we don't want to do the upstream, less expensive things that can help us to get better outcomes for our kids? So starting in, well, we introduced the bill a couple of times and heard feedback. And then in 2021, I met for several months with multiple stakeholders, including the optometrists, ophthalmologists, superintendents of schools, the school boards, the public libraries who often do eyeglass programs, and various other stakeholders, because what we do know is there are programs currently available where students who have failed screenings are given eye exams at no cost to them. If they need glasses, glasses are donated and they get what they need. Those programs are available, but they're not widely available in the state. So we have jurisdictions where those kids aren't getting it. And the issue was, if we know the programs exist and we know the problems exist, how do we put it together so that in every jurisdiction in this state, a kid who can't get the glasses that they may need gets them? Or at least we do everything that we can, and the only thing that would stop them from getting them is the parent or guardian absolutely refusing, or the kid saying, I'm just not going to wear them. Okay. So the bill before you, and I'd ask you not to look at the bill as presented on the MGA legislative site, but rather the reprint that we sent out to all of you, because we've still been working on amendments, not because there are major problems with the bill. We think it's pretty much ready for prime time, but because each of the stakeholders finds little things that they think could be better. And so what we ended up with, and I know I've given you this long introduction, but I think it's important that you understand why. Number one, we've asked that we introduce an additional year of vision screening. This has been a point of contention because some of the stakeholders really feel that there should be 2 additional years, that there's a gap in the middle school and the high school of about 4 years where those children really need to have their vision tested. But that's expensive, and we're trying to be cognizant of those costs. So we've asked for 1 additional screening year to be added, and because the resistance we had from the school systems in the past was unfounded mandate, we asked for an appropriation to be put in to cover those costs. Not cost of eyeglasses, but just the cost of the additional screening. Number 2, we established what we're calling the Pediatric Vision Program, but you'll see in one of your letters there's some controversy about whether it should really be a program. And the idea is that right now, it's a lot to ask the school nurse to keep up with who got their vision exam when they failed their screening and who didn't. They make a couple of phone calls, and then they're done. And that's not really what they're supposed to be doing, is spending time chasing down this information. It turns out that the Motor Vehicle Administration already has a program where optometrists, ophthalmologists can report your vision exam results so that when you go to renew your license, they have it. So if we can do that for people getting licenses, we ought to be able to set up a similar program so that optometrists, ophthalmologists can report and the schools can query that and know the kids got what they need. They should be having glasses or they don't need it. We've checked with Craig Beam, who heads CRISP, and CRISP is the system that we use to handle all of our medical records that you may not be as familiar with. And he says, yeah, we could do this. He says, I'm not familiar with the MVA, but our system already has agreements with some of the public school systems to share medical data. It is not a big lift for us to add this in. And the one problem is there aren't a lot of optometrists and ophthalmologists who participate in CRISP, and there may be some cost to them. So that brings us to the second part of this, what I call the Pediatric Vision Program, but stakeholders may prefer we call the Pediatric Vision System. What optometrists and ophthalmologists get out of reporting through this system that makes it easier for us to track who gets the eye exams and what those results show is they get their names on a list that goes out to the parents when they're told your kid failed the screening, they should see someone about an eye exam. That's publicity. The other thing that does is it gives them the name of somebody local, because we don't want the kids to continue to come back to this program to get the glasses. We want to plug them in to an eye specialist so that a year from now they can be re-examined, and if their prescription has to be changed, they can have that. We're trying to connect them with the local community and not have the state continue to carry them for the rest of their academic years. So this provides the carrot for the optometrists and ophthalmologists to participate in the program. It makes the connection to the school system so they don't have the burden of carrying it out. And the other thing we do in the bill is we say that once we set up a form, so, you know, kids going to school have all kinds of forms. They even have things they have to do before they're allowed in, like get their vaccinations or get the exemption from being vaccinated. So we're also suggesting that the exam form also say, just generally, does this kid have any underlying medical problems? That's what the forms say now. What those forms miss now, separate from vision, is there a plan to address it? So if my parent says Terry has a seizure disorder, the school form doesn't say, and is she being treated? It just says she's got a seizure disorder. We think it's important for the school to know that she's getting treatment for it, or she has a seizure disorder and there's no plan. And so the same thing for vision. If we know that Terry has a vision problem, the question is she being treated? Yes, she has glasses and she's supposed to wear it. It's the same forms. We did say in here that they have to return the form in order for the kid to enroll. That's not to be that harsh. It really is saying the form's important and the principal can waive that return thing if they know that the parent's going to get in, or for whatever reason they can waive that. So that's the next part. And then we come down to the biggest part, which is setting up the Vision for Maryland program, where we ask the Department of Education and the Department of Health to take responsibility to getting together with stakeholders and assessing what are the resources already available to provide people who do not have the financial resources with necessary exams and, if needed, necessary glasses. And then to identify for every jurisdiction what those resources are, and to do a needs study and come back to the General Assembly and say, we have a plan that'll work in Cecil County. It's a little different from what we're recommending from Montgomery County. In Howard County, we're going to suggest that those kids can be addressed by following the Vision for Baltimore program, which brings the providers into the community on set days, either through vans or other things, and has the kids all get their exams at the same time. Warby Parker donates the glasses. We have other places where the Lions Clubs were involved. But what we're saying is the Department of Education and the Department of Health should work together and figure out how we solve this problem. And we ask them to do it with stakeholders. The bill initially came in with a $2.5 million amount because we expected then for that program to roll out over 5 years, maybe 5 jurisdictions a year, and we wanted to give them some seed money. But we've taken that out because some of the stakeholders thought that was giving money to programs when we hadn't assessed how it should be spent. And we ask instead that the appropriation be determined each year based on the report of the Vision for Maryland program to the General Assembly that says, the next year we're going to do Western Maryland, and this is how we're going to approach it, and this is what it's going to charge. So I'm very hopeful that the work that we've done provides a pathway that this committee can see clear to us beginning to address the issue and making sure that the kids who are slipping through our safety net, who are not necessarily poor kids, because the poor kids are on Medicaid, and guess what? Medicaid covers glasses. But the kids with insurance and high deductibles, they may not get those glasses. They may not get those exams. And the kids who are caught between, where the parents have too much income to be on Medicaid, but not enough to have insurance, they're not getting cared for either. So this is what the bill does, and I ask for a favorable report.
Hi, my name is Catherine Carter. I'm a vision and health advocate who has been working for many years on improving access to healthcare, especially vision. I was also project manager of the Howard County Beyond 2020 program, and I am favorable with the amendment, amendments as well as the Free State PTA. The amendment that I'm asking is to create a task force on vision health and feasibility report before the establishment of the Vision for Maryland program. I have concerns about the sustainability of a school-based vision program if the barriers to annual continuance of care in the community, we don't have enough doctors who take Medicaid for kids to get their eye exams. As does the Vision Baltimore study referenced in my testimony, require stakeholders to develop a sustainable model that utilizes the community resources. You have done this for dental because of a tragic child's story. I'm asking you to do it for vision. If not just for my son's story, but for the 98% of the incarcerated youth at the Hickey School who were visually impaired. The majority of the bill fully addresses many of the gaps in our current school screening system by modernizing and computerizing an inefficient school vision screening that's costing us $7 million a year and only has a 34% follow-up. This bill also requires schools to refer students like my son Atticus, who the Atticus Act was named after, with neurological delays that doctors say should not be screened, they should be directly referred to an eye exam, to rule out vision impairment, just like my school referred my youngest son Gaius with a speech delay to a hearing exam to rule out hearing impairment. As project manager for this clinic, it was great to give out all those glasses and all those eye exams. But I worry about the parents who told me that finding an eye doctor to accept Medicaid was extremely difficult, and working parents who struggled to find one that had hours that would take their children transportation insurance, money for copay. I'm asking you to do what you did for dental and fix this problem. Thank you.
We have two folks that are signed up to testify virtually. Nora Miller-Smith. Ms. Smith, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nora Miller-Smith, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters Maryland in support of HB 1054. I'm also speaking as a nurse. The League believes that early intervention measures are essential to help children reach their full potential. Per the Journal of School Health, more than 20% of school-age children have some kind of vision problem. When diagnosed with eye care problems, Black youth living in poverty receive fewer and less intensive services. Vision screening is widespread in schools, but the educational and public health benefits from these efforts are jeopardized by the lack of follow-up and coordination of efforts. This bill will help more children and their families get connected with vision support services. Most children who wind up with glasses get them between the ages of 6 and 12, and so this bill mandates an additional screening in 3rd or 4th grade to cover those ages. So now speaking as a grandmother, my 8-year-old grandson has Down syndrome and is autistic and essentially nonverbal. He's in 2nd grade and loves school now and doing much better. The reason is that now he has finally an assist device, a talker, that he takes with him everywhere, and it's called an augmentative and alternative communication device. So now, and this is like an iPad, and now he can answer the teacher's questions and talk to his friends. It has opened up his world and improved his behavior and well-being. And glasses can serve the same function for a child with vision problems who's feeling lost in school and is not achieving her potential because she can't see well enough. And glasses are far less expensive and easier to get authorization for than this talker was. So I hope that all children who need an extremely simple assist device like glasses will get them quickly, and this bill can help that happen. And so the League urges a favorable. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Ms. Brianna January, please, for 2 minutes.
Madam Chair and Committee, I know that you're getting tired of hearing from me today, so I'll be quick. For the record, Brianna January with MECO in support of HB 1054 with amendments. I'd like to thank the bill sponsor for including counties as collaborative partners on this issue, both through the interim end session and counties are comfortable with the amendments offered by Dr. Hill. We do look forward to them being shared with the committee. As such, we urge a favorable report with those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Delegate Miller.
Thank you very much, Delegate Helfer. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. Vision, and of course, and children being able to see in school is incredibly important to me. I'm in favor of the additional school screenings. We had just received the fiscal note. What about how much for each school screening that's you're going to appropriate funds for? About how much would that be?
Right, so the information we got from one of the counties, Howard County, sort of large to medium size, is about $18,000 for the screening. So if you multiply that out, knowing that some are larger and some are more, that comes out to about the $500,000 to cover the screening that we've put in the bill.
Okay. And then as far as screening goes, we know there's lots of eye issues that they do not catch.
Correct.
So there are a lot. So we still want to encourage comprehensive health, eye care.
Well, the
healthcare.
most, I'm sorry for interrupting you. The most important thing is that a screening is just a screening. And when we passed Atticus Act a few years back, that was to that point that parents need to know that if you fail a screening, there's a full comprehensive exam your child needs to go through. And that was being missed, and even now there are parts in the bill that talk about trying to change the language a little bit. It's not clear now that we've done Atticus for about 5 years, that there's some inconsistencies in different jurisdictions and how they're getting that information out. We actually asked that this group also, or the Department of Education, do some best practices and come up with a standard way of getting that information out. So that every jurisdiction is communicating with parents in a way that's effective. So you're absolutely right. It's not the screening. The screening is just, a wave, a sign. Mm-hmm. What we really need are these kids to get the eye exams. And that's why, to Ms. Carter's point, finding a way beyond this bill to get more providers involved. And what we're saying is we can't wait for the providers to be willing to accept the kids. The state's got to pick that up. And we can use some blueprint money. We can use federal money. We can use any of a number of things. And I said there's already altruistic and philanthropic and other resources out there, but there's no coordination here in the state. And this is really about directing the departments to give a damn about this problem and to get it solved.
And I would agree. I would agree that some of the sequences that you were describing and where you pull people in from, I think a task force like they did with the dental would give us a lot of that information. So wouldn't it make sense to do the task force first? And I mean, if you wanted to implement the screening part of it, that's fine. Right. But as far as the others aspects, and I'm still not quite sure about the pediatric vision program system. Would that only be Chris doctors that
No, it
do
could
that?
be, no. So it's the doctors who choose to participate. And Chris, we just wanted to know, is it feasible and is it costly? That's why we checked with Chris, because I'm a member of HGO. That's the organization I work with. But as they said, they're not sure how the motor vehicle folks do it. And they already have the relationship. So it may be that we do it by mimicking, but we need to look at it. And I think it may just be language, and it's something that you all could fix in subcommittee. I think that the work group is here, and that the amended language makes it clear that they're supposed to be studying these issues and coming back with the specific recommendations. I think what you're suggesting is playing with the implementation dates. But I agree with you, the additional screening can go in. Maybe if there's money, we can do that final year in middle school, that fills that middle school, the high school gap too. We're only asking for one. We certainly need at least two. But getting the information to the schools in a way that they can actually actualize it is important. And other than setting up a system like the motor vehicle systems, they're already required to get the information, they just aren't getting it. So right now what happens is they'll call up and say, Ms. Hill, Terry was sent home and she had failed the screening. Did you guys ever follow up? And if I don't answer the phone, they make 2 more calls, and then they just said, we got no response, okay? If I call and say, yeah, we got it, and she has glasses, and they make a note in my health record, I have glasses now. But that's it. And after the school nurse, again, she shouldn't have to spend all that time doing it. Public health is the ones that do follow-up, but as they say, they don't have the resources to do this follow-up either. So the program, which is perhaps misnamed, is about finding a way to get that feedback that says, we sent a kid home and told the parents there's a problem. The parents have responded. This subgroup of parents had it, so now we refer them to the in-school, what do we call them? It's not the crisis. What do we call those folks that are already in school? There's a team that all schools have for kids that are dealing with issues. So instead of it sitting with the school nurse, they then send it over to them and say, okay, as you deal with the other issues, the housing issue this family has, the whatever issues they have, also deal with the fact that in 60 days, they still haven't managed to get the eye exam, or they haven't managed to get the glasses, and you as a team work with them and figure out, is that a cost issue? Is it a transportation issue? Can we plug them in with the Lions Club? Can we get something for them? But instead of saying we did our duty and checked off how many parents followed up and we're done, it says when we find out that there was no follow-up, we then pass it off to a group of people who can work with the family to resolve it.
And is that the vision to learn aspect?
No, that's the...
Just the personnel. So where does the vision to learn fit into this? I'm trying to get the continuum
I
of
got
what you
you.
want.
Well, the Vision to Learn
happen.
is an existing program that uses a model of sending vans in with all the equipment over, and usually using volunteer optometrists and some ophthalmologists. And as Ms. Carter set up with the school system in Howard County, she did a weekend of days, got the high school and got all these rooms and moved hundreds of kids through and had kids on a waiting list in Howard County, a relatively well-off county. And so there are different models, and some of the stakeholders are concerned because they think vouchers would work better, and they'd rather give the kid a voucher and send them wherever. Well, some jurisdictions, vouchers aren't going to work. So what we've tried to do with the amendments is say, let the Vision for Maryland program, which is this program set up between a collaboration between the Department of Education and the Department of Health that uses a stakeholder group to do the needs study, to come up with the recommendations, to take a look at what resources are available, to discuss what resources work best under certain circumstances, and then to actualize this program and come back and say, this is the program we think will work in Maryland. This is what works in this county. We're going to use vouchers here. We think a Vision to Baltimore, Vision to Learn type program. And just again, as explanation, they did a 3-year trial in Baltimore where they gave every public school kids the glasses they needed. And it was so successful in changing their academic performance that it's now a permanent program, and it's called Vision for Baltimore, and it's the main underlying group that's running it is the Vision to Learn, which is a national program. So the bill as it came in said, let Vision to Learn, and this is what happened last year. Other legislators with expertise said, if there's already someone doing it, let them do it, just let them do it for the state. So we said, let Vision to Learn come in, and they said, okay, give us a few years to do a study, and we can come back, and then we'll have a program for you, but let us look at it first. What we got from the other stakeholders, some of them was, why are they getting all the money? Why are they setting up the program? I'm not sure they're the best way to do this. I think there are other ways to do it. And so the amendments say, then you guys get together with the Department of Health and Education, and you talk it out, and then you come back with a plan, and we'll give you the money to actualize it. So there is, what you're talking about, a work group built into this, and that's why we took the larger money out. And we've asked the fiscal note writers, and they will be coming up in about a week with a modified amendment letter that says, now that we've taken this out with these amendments on it, this is what the cost looks like.
And Delegate, I want to make sure some additional colleagues are able to ask some questions. If Delegate Miracu, you can go ahead and ask your question.
It's on.
It's on, okay. Still learning this technology. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for this bill. It's a good bill. I like the fact that we're talking about the academic performance change. I want to talk a little more about the social behavioral change. And forgive me if we haven't touched on that enough. I know anecdotally, I talked to another delegate from Montgomery County where there were some behavioral issues at a particular school. They had a screening, vision screening. They got their glasses, vision changed. I mean, behavioral problems changed. So do you have any anecdotes or any way to get data as to really emphasizing the why behind this?
I'm going to let Ms. Carter answer
Okay.
because there's lots of data and she's an expert on that.
Okay.
She mentioned the Hickey School for a reason.
Right.
There was a study that found 98% of the students at the Hickey School were visually impaired. My son had double vision and was currently had an IEP for ADHD and autism. He just needed vision accommodations. And so right now, I didn't bring him, he's at school, but he has a weighted GPA of 4.23. He's going to graduate, and he's doing computer science, AP, and GT. But that was because not only was he found, but he got the right accommodations in his IEP. And last, he had a doctor on the other end that has been treating him for years. And that's what we're talking about. There's a lot of these stories.
There's studies.
And studies that these kids just, they need help. And you guys have been able to do this for dental. I'm asking you to do it for vision.
But to your point, there's lots of, this is no longer anecdotal. We know that if you can't see, and some of it is emotional, psychological, it's about being called dummy. You get called dummy long enough and you think you're pretty smart, but you can't read and you can't see, but you think you can read and you're falling behind. Yeah, it begins to build up, and we know that it leads to behavioral health problems. And we're all talking about why are kids so out of control. Well, I'm not saying this is going to solve the problem for everybody, but there's adequate evidence that it's going to make a difference for a significant number of them.
Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, that ends the hearing on HB 1054. And we're now going to call up Delegate Riley, another alumni of our Ways and Means Committee, or is it alumni? I always forget how it goes, but alum, yes, let's do alum. Keep it simple.
Always good to be back to Ways and Means, my first committee. So congratulations, Madam Chair, on being Vice Chair. But today you're Madam Chair. So good afternoon, and to the members of Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Teresa Riley from District 35A from Cecil and Harford Counties, here to introduce HB 961, State Department of Education School Psychologist Recruitment Program. HB 961 is a workforce development bill that would create incentives in the form of reimbursement of fees associated with professional development for people currently serving as psychologists in our Maryland schools. It would also pay the certification fees for up to 100 individuals who are seeking to become certified school psychologists, with an emphasis on encouraging certification of those from groups that are historically unrepresented among professional personnel in the state. The bill would also establish a school psychologist recruitment program within MSDE for the purpose of recruiting and training and retaining school psychologists. It would create a resource for best practices for school psychologists, as well as providing information on professional development opportunities. Last year, this committee supported this bill unanimously and went to the House floor as well. This indicates that we all understand critical importance of providing access to school psychologists and the important role that they play in partnering with our students, our families, our teachers, our school administrators, and other professionals to create a supportive learning environment that our students require and deserve. When I originally started working on this bill, some of you remember, in 2019, the nationally recommended ratio of students to school psychologists was 700 to 1. In 2020, the National Association for School Psychologists reduced to the recommended ratio of 500 to 1. According to their 2020-2021 data, Maryland, unfortunately, averages between 1,001 and 1,500 students per school psychologist. We are failing and falling further and further behind at a time when the needs of our students continue to increase. Maryland children are struggling with behavioral health issues, depression, as well as suicidal thoughts at an alarming rate. In 2021, the number of nationwide emergency room visits for adolescent girls suspected of attempted suicide was 51% higher than in 2019. If we want our students to succeed in school, we must provide them with the tools, resources, and the professional support necessary to address their psychological needs. Now is the time. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on HB 961, and at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I will take any questions. And also, I do have a panel. I believe he is virtual, Mr. Steve Richards. And I would like to take this time also to tell Mr. Richards happy birthday. He's actually here today on his birthday, so thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Mr. Richards. Before we
Thank
go,
you.
before we go to you quickly, Mr. Richards, I just want to make sure I have Laura Stewart also as in person, but I don't believe I see her, but just wanted to make sure I called her name. Okay. Happy birthday again, Mr. Richards, and please go ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. I'm Steve Richards, Supervisor of Psychological Services, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Harford County Public Schools and our Superintendent, Dr. Sean Bolson, in support of House Bill 961. Harford County Public Schools recognizes the importance of promoting a robust statewide system of school psychologist recruitment for preparation, ongoing training, and retention that this bill would provide so that our students continue to have access to critical mental health supports in sufficient ratios and well-trained to enable them to reach academic, social, and personal wellness benchmarks and be ready for college and/or career success. Student mental health is of particular importance during this time when students are faced with the many challenges coming in the aftermath of a global pandemic and other sources. Most alarming are some of the data points coming out from the recently released Youth Risk Behavior Survey from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which indicate that mental health has worsened among students over the past 10 years, with significant increases in the numbers of youth who show symptoms of depression, have seriously considered suicide, have made suicidal plans, or actually attempted suicide. Our female students are being the most adversely impacted in these areas. School psychologists collaborate with school-based staff, parents and guardians, and community agencies to help students overcome mental health challenges and other barriers to learning. By removing obstacles, providing resources, and teaching appropriate social, emotional, and self-management skills, school psychologists help children and adolescents gain the necessary tools to be productive and mentally healthy students and citizens. The competition for available school psychology candidates each year has become fierce, and school districts are having to become very creative in finding ways to attract and retain school psychologists when they are in very short supply and highly desired locally and nationally. School psychology is currently a critical shortage area, and Maryland school systems would certainly benefit from a statewide effort to provide ongoing training and support for school psychologists that this bill would provide. For these reasons, we support House Bill 961. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make one other note. If you check the fiscal note, actually, they did a really great job this year. It's, before it was like 2 pages, now it's like 6. So they gave you a wealth of information. And if you notice, the fiscal note is very minimal for what this bill will actually do for our schools and our local schools. And it actually made a comment, it says local effect. To the extent the program is successful in recruiting school psychologists, local school systems may benefit. Revenues are not affected. So, and the first year it's like $240,000. Thereafter, it's like the maximum of $125,000. I think it's worth the $125,000 a year to promote more school psychologists in our schools. So, I respectfully ask a favorable report, and thank you. It was nice to be back in Ways and Means.
Thank you, Delegate Riley. Before you go, I think we've let our witness go, so hopefully no questions for him. I did have William.
Oh, he's still here.
Oh, you are there. Perfect.
He's here.
Did anyone have any questions for this witness? All right. Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your birthday. I did have William Fluke on the list. I'm just checking to make sure. All right. So we do have one additional person testifying.
Yes, thank you, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins. Thanks very much to Delegate Riley for introducing this bill. It's great to hear from my friend Steve Richard. And I really agree with all that's been said. I'd like to say I'm speaking today for the Maryland School Psychologists Association. More of us would be here. I happen to be retired. Everybody else is out there in schools dealing with vast overload. It's very hard to take the time. And so I'm speaking for a lot of folks who'd like to be here. This is a really important bill. It is going to help us to recruit more school psychologists. I have a background as a school psychologist, I'm retired. I'm currently working as a mentor for the Kent County schools, mentoring their school psychologists. I say school psychologist singular because they have one open position they've been unable to fill. The shortage is bad and getting worse, as you've heard. School systems are experiencing shortages. One large system that I'm aware of with over 16 openings at this point. That means 20 schools in this very large school system have to be covered by existing staff rather than having their own person. The bill will enable us to recruit beyond the state of Maryland, and the bill will help folks to stay in Maryland. It focuses on professional development. It encourages mentoring. It will help school psychologists to maintain and improve their skills, which, by the way, the professional development requirements for nationally certified school psychologists are higher than those for teachers or for licensed psychologists, in fact. This is a bill which will help support school psychology recruiting and retention, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Farouk, and thank you, Delegate Riley.
Thank you.
That ends the hearing on HB 888. I will now call up HB 888 by Delegate Solomon. Yes, okay, on this list, we have Tiffany Jones, Ellie Cowan, and Laura Wildryer. All right.
Look at that, 2 instead of 3. And I am going to be brief, I promise. Madam Chair, it's good to see you. Thank you, members of the Ways and Means Committee. We're here to present HB 888 on alternative teacher prep programs. I'm going to be brief on sort of the nuts and bolts of it because I know there was a lot of time spent earlier this afternoon on the teacher shortage bill from the governor, which has almost identical language, and that is very fun to say that your policy got picked up by the governor and put in his bill. We haven't had that problem too much recently. So the sort of nuts and bolts of this are covered in that bill, and looking forward to working with Chair Polakovich-Carr, and I know on our committee across the hall on appropriations, the pre-K implementation piece for the blueprint has been something that we've been really focused on. The reason we didn't just withdraw this bill is more sort of procedural points, because when we put this bill in, it was also meant to be a vehicle for additional fixes as we unpack some of the challenges with the pre-K implementation piece. And I know I've talked to many of you who've had issues in your individual county. So we do have a couple of amendments that we're still working on, and we've been talking with the AIB and folks at MSDE to figure out sort of what are the at least interim steps that we can take. We're not going to have this problem solved, by in the next 40 days, but hopefully by next session, we'll have a plan that we can all work together on. So there are 2 amendments that we're working on, at least initially. One is as the AIB works to, we know more than likely they're going to have to give waivers to almost every county for the mixed delivery system. And for those of you that aren't familiar, the blueprint specifies that 70% of the initial pre-K slots are supposed to be in public schools. 30% are supposed to be in private providers, and eventually that's supposed to be 50-50, and we think that's really important for just childcare at large. We think most districts are going to need a waiver, so what we want to hopefully ensure is that as MSDE and the EIB are granting those waivers, that there is a plan in place for the LEAs to not continue to come back and get that waiver again and again, that they're working towards the goals set out in the original blueprint for mixed delivery. And then we have some report language, and whether it's in the bill or it goes in the JCR with the budget, you're going to hear from the Maryland Family Network that's doing some really great data analysis to sort of figure out, are we really going to get to a place where we can be, have parity for salaries? Do we need to do work around benefits for private providers versus the kind of benefits you would get in a K-12 system? And so is there some data that we need from MSDE to help us work through that during the interim? And then I think there's some other folks who've signed up favorable with amendments from different organizations that also have some concerns. But that's kind of where we are. And so that's why we didn't pull the bill. But I will defer to your leadership on whether we would want to add that to a different vehicle or use this. But that's where we are. So appreciate the opportunity to present, and hopefully we can figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Ellie Cowan from Compass Advocacy here on behalf of the Maryland State Child Care Association. And alternative pathways to pre-kindergarten certification is something that the association has been working on for years now. And so we thank Delegate Solomon for helping us work with this. And again, very pleased to see that language in the governor's bill. Just to very quickly highlight, the need for this alternative pathway. The certification for pre-K teachers often have to do an in-class practicum, but those practicums are held in K through 12 schools. So you'll have a pre-K teacher who is doing their practicum in a 6th grade classroom. And while that's wonderful and a learning experience in and of itself, it doesn't exactly help prepare them for the age group that they would like to work in. So what this bill does and what the language in the administration bill does is allow for different pathways to reach this certification, including experiential learning, so they can take their years of experience working with children and put that towards their certification. We know that according to MSDE's database, almost 2,000 childcare teachers already have bachelor's degrees, over 400 have master's degrees, 14 have doctorates, and 66 with foreign degrees. This is not an uneducated population already. We just need to make it easier for them to help achieve the mixed delivery. And we also really appreciate Delegate Solomon's work on the amendments to make sure that the department is implementing the AIB's recommendations for early childhood education in a way that is helpful to not only public providers, but also our private providers that are so important. Again, urge a favorable report on HB 888, or whichever way the committee decides to go with that, but we need to get this done, so thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members. Laura Wheeldryer from Maryland Family Network. Just want to point out, 3rd time's a charm. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of HB 888, and thank you to Delegate Solomon for his tireless leadership on all issues related to early childhood. We are very eager to support this and other important measures that stand in the way of high-quality childcare programs participating in the expansion of publicly funded pre-K. The establishment of public-private pre-K partnerships is a critical component of the blueprint for Maryland's future. But there's lots of reasons to do this that aren't just because the blueprint told us to do it. So I'm just going to share 4 with you today. First of all, school systems have a lot on their plate. You might know that. They have to focus on instruction. They have limited capital dollars. Taking in 3- and 4-year-olds comes with enormous cost, and there are many districts that desperately need the partnership of private childcare to make this a reality. Second of all, private childcare providing public pre-K better meets the wraparound service needs of working parents. School ends at 2:30 or 3. It's closed during the summer. It's closed on holidays. That's not true of childcare. Third of all, it expands high-quality instruction for all children in childcare, not just those in the 4-year-old or 3-year-old pre-K classrooms, so the whole rising tide lifts all boats. And finally, it does avoid a critical policy issue, which would be back here, sitting here talking about in future years, which is the expansion of pre-K could undermine the affordability of childcare for children birth through age 3. So removing obstacles to childcare participation is also among the provisions of HB 1219, which you know, and is also under your consideration. We're happy to support whichever legislative vehicle you deem most appropriate. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Jones, and I'm a family child care provider participating in the Aspire program in Montgomery County. I have been a successful, high-quality family child care provider for the last 17 years. I'm accredited by the National Association of Family Child Care, a Level 6 credential, and a Level 5 Excels. I currently care for 7 children in my family child care program, 5 of whom are in the pre-K portion of my program. I'm here today to ask you to support HB 888. You have my written testimony, so I would like to take my time to tell you about my family child care program and why this bill matters to me and my colleagues in family child care. The philosophy of my program is based on the belief that a child's early experiences enrich and stimulate future growth. Children deserve to be treated and respected as individuals in an environment that welcomes reason, exploration, question, and imagination. The families that I serve become part of my extended family, where we, the parents and myself, work in partnership to meet the educational, social, emotional, and physical needs of their most precious investment, their children. Although I have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, the student teaching requirement is preventing me from becoming P3 certified. As a divorced single mom and sole provider for 3 wonderful children, I cannot afford to close my program to student teach. I'm not alone in this predicament. Many highly educated and experienced providers have been operating high-quality programs are also in this precarious situation. The pre-kindergarten alternative teacher preparation program proposed by HB 888 or others will be essential for the inclusion of family child care providers in MSD's diverse delivery of pre-K envisioned by the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. We must be innovative in thought to work to remove barriers to allow family child care providers like myself to achieve the needed certifications to be fully included in an equitable mixed delivery system. By supporting this bill, you will be helping more family child care providers like myself to provide high-quality care and education, moving Maryland closer to the goal of an equitable and diverse mixed delivery pre-K system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the bill sponsor. Thank you for the legislation. Just wondering if you have thoughts on providing even more alternate pathways, since we do have a lot of child care providers who are working, who do have years of service, instead of saying, having folks enroll in one of these alternative certification programs, if there might be something else where we could give credit for years of service.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting you say that. I was going through and comparing the language in our bill to the language that's in the governor's bill, and I will admit, I think it's a little bit better on the credit for prior learning piece. So I agree with you, and I think we've all heard the state superintendent say his mind is in the same place. So I think that's absolutely something we need to explore for a variety of different levels as well. Although I know, candidly, I think maybe some folks in the AIB may feel a little bit differently, but it's up to us to make those determinations.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, that's it for this panel, but we do have one virtual witness, Ruth Carolina Reyes. Does not appear that Ms. Reyes is in our waiting room. So in that case, that ends the hearing on HB 888. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now calling up HB 878 by Delegate Jones. Welcome back.
Vice Chair, may I have my panel with me as well? Thank you very much.
Okay, I have Margot Quinlan, Maddie Long, Christine Crone, and Laura Laura Stewart and Deborah Brocado. Then we have one virtual witness as well.
We do, we do. Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and fellow members of the Ways and Means Committee, for the record, I am Delegate Dana Jones. I come before you today to introduce a bill that would simply require county boards of education to establish a policy to accommodate public and middle and high school students who need access to telehealth services during the school day and require a space be provided inside the schools for these appointments. Nationwide, we have been experiencing an increase in mental health issues. Although this has been felt population-wide, our youth have been particularly hit hard. According to the Center for Disease Control, in the 10 years leading up to the pandemic, feelings of persistent sadness and hopelessness, as well as suicidal thoughts and behavior, increased by about 40% among young people. And as emphasized by the American Psychological Association, the pandemic has exacerbated these issues for many of our children. These impacts are particularly devastating to our LGBTQ+ youth. A 2021 national survey on LGBTQ+ youth by the Trevor Project revealed 42% of their respondents seriously considered attempting suicide in the prior year. Telehealth services play a critical and an important role in expanding care to address the increasing need. And for many middle and high school students, it is the most efficient and effective way to receive care. Access to mental health services can help increase school attendance and learning outcomes. However, students seeking telehealth appointments often need to take those appointments during the school day, and at present, many of our school districts are preventing this from taking place. They are standing in the way of these telehealth visits. Currently, if a student needs to take a telehealth appointment during school, they must have a parent drive to school, sign them out. This dynamic presents a multitude of issues, but most importantly, equity. A significant portion of students do not have the ability for parents who can afford to take off work to sign them out of school. This creates barriers for students and ultimately prevents children from accessing care completely, especially our marginalized population. Additionally, when a child is signed out of school for mental health care, it is often advised by school systems that the appointments take place in the car with their parents. This creates a privacy issue for students, but it especially is detrimental to youth who may be seeking counseling around the issues of their sexuality or assigned gender. These students who may not have yet felt comfortable speaking to their guardians about this issue rely on their counseling until they feel comfortable doing so. Without equitable access to mental health services, our middle and high schoolers are disproportionately negatively impacted. The blueprint made it clear that mental health and access to care would be a cornerstone of its implementation. Mental health services support our children emotionally, educationally, and socially. We must remove as many barriers as possible to students who are attempting to receive care, and HB 878 works to remove those barriers. I would like to also highlight the fiscal note that clearly states that revenues are not affected on the state or local level at all. We have received so many teacher testimonials, but I really think it's important. I'm just going to share one. I had several, but one from my home county of Anne Arundel County. This is from their direct experience. I have seen an increase in early dismissals in the past year for therapy appointments, especially during third and fourth block instruction. Oftentimes, the same student misses my instructional block regularly for self-care. I strongly support funding for any bill for virtual in-house options. Just thinking of the travel means they miss the entire 85-minute instructional block. This bill means that they don't have to miss the entire instructional block, potentially the start, maybe the end of the lesson, but they still have access, which supports any makeup opportunities, and they could be there for part of the class. So again, that was from an Anne Arundel County teacher. We heard a lot from Montgomery County as well. We will hear from the wonderful councilwoman from Montgomery County in our Zoom session. But I look forward to my panelists also speaking, and any questions you might have. I urge a favorable report. Thank you so very much.
I'm back. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Stewart, and I'm here to represent Free State PTA, which represents over 500 public schools. House Bill 878 requires that each County Board of Education establish a policy to accommodate students who need to participate in telehealth appointments during the school day, and requires that middle and high schools designate an appropriate space to conduct those appointments. The Free State PTA supports this bill in order to expand student access to health professionals. Working families find it very difficult to get children to regular health appointments, especially weekly therapy appointments. Even if they are offered telehealth appointments, parents need to take off work, retrieve their child from inside the school, and then sometimes attend a session in their car or another available space if there is no car available. This creates a hardship on families or missed appointments for children. These supports are part of an equitable education because those with less resources are disproportionately affected. Adding this option will also mean that less times missed from the classroom, and if we can eliminate the sign-in and sign-out process for health-related appointments, that means we'll save time. Also, Free State supports any effort to expand access to mental health services, and telehealth is one tool to do this. We prioritize mental health support in our legislative agenda because we are in a youth mental health crisis. COVID-19 closures and a readjustment to in-person schools added to student and family stress. Social media has added that stress to our children, and they face that every day. We have seen increased drug overdosing and suicide, especially in marginalized groups and girls. We need to increase access to health services for Maryland students in an equitable way, and telehealth appointments in schools will help us achieve this goal. So therefore, I recommend a favorable report from this committee for HB 878. And my own child has telehealth appointments, and he's affected by this, so I speak from experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Maddie Long, and I'm here on behalf of Strong Schools Maryland in full support of House Bill 878. Thank you, Delegate Jones, for bringing this bill. With telehealth becoming an increasingly popular option post-pandemic, especially with regard to mental health services, its convenience is one that parents and students should be able to take advantage of during school hours. Students who need services may not have access to telehealth because their parents cannot take off from work to sit with them for their appointments. Students whose parents do have the capacity to pick them up may not be getting the full extent of services they need if they feel uncomfortable with their parents around. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future's fourth pillar, More Resources for Students, sets mental health as a priority for the state, with the creation of the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports and Investments in School-Based Health Centers, which do, in fact, provide telehealth services. With the national youth mental health crisis and the commitment Maryland has made to providing mental health and behavioral health services, there has never been a better time to modernize school policies and provide a solution that is equitable and feasible. The designated space that this bill creates will allow for a far more equitable distribution of mental health resources, as it allows for protection and privacy for LGBTQ+ students and expands options to students who have historically lacked access to adequate health services. I also want to echo what was written in the fiscal and policy note, that this can likely be done with existing resources. This bill does not require any construction, merely a designation. Help students receive health services they need to thrive, and allow schools to make space to do so. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Margot Quinlan with the Mental Health Association of Maryland. I won't repeat what's already been said about our youth being in a mental health crisis and about the COVID pandemic really exacerbating that. I will underscore the fact that over the last decade, we've seen a really marked decline in accessibility of services, behavioral health services for youth across the state. And from the Mental Health Association, we've seen telehealth be just a really critical piece in sort of patching back together that system of care that we need. And so access to telehealth services, as was mentioned, is an issue of equity and access for people who may not be able to leave school, whose parents may not be able to get them out of school or take out of work. And again, it's an issue of safety for LGBTQ students and other marginalized youth who don't want to be doing these telehealth appointments in a public setting or with a parent in a car, which might be an unsafe environment. So for us, we see this is a really critical tool in addressing the mental health crisis, and are really grateful for the delegate for putting this in and for this committee for hearing the bill, and we'd urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee. I'm Christine Krohn for the record, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Medical Society, also known as MedChi, as well as the Mid-Atlantic Association of Community Health Centers and the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'd like to thank Delegate Jones for putting in the bill, and I won't repeat what the previous panelists have said, but we urge a favorable report for the reasons that they have stated. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel for your testimony. We do have a couple of questions. Delegate Miller.
See, they're not used to me going first either. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question is, who is paying for the appointment?
Well, it depends whether they have insurance or other. So this would be through many different ways, depending on what the student would have. So this isn't any kind of, it doesn't come from the school at all.
Correct. So there was a lot of testimony about mental health. This bill doesn't just cover or specify mental health.
Mental and behavioral health.
It just said telehealth visit.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead with your question. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. No, I want to, that's a big point of clarification. So, because that's my next point is, so if it doesn't specify that it's a mental health appointment, there are many other types of doctor's appointments that are going into virtual appointments that are more accessible. But you're talking about different roles in parent permission, and you're talking about going from FERPA compliance to a HIPAA compliance. Is the school system going to be able to deal with that? And then what if a school system couldn't be able to deal with the privacy component of it? And if you are talking about mental health only, and a student does go into any kind of crisis or any time of issue, there's possibly no adult in the room. If there is an adult to monitor, then that is going to be privacy issues. So, I do have, and I'm happy to talk to you offline about those, because I know I tend to rattle off questions quickly. So if you want to speak to any of those,
great. Well, first off,
you know how I am, David.
A teacher wouldn't be present in a therapy session offsite. That would be inappropriate, right?
No, but
in the
therapist
2021
would be.
legislative session, the age of consent for a minor to participate in a consultation or diagnosis of treatment of a mental or emotional disorder was lowered from 16 down to 12. So that's why the bill talks about middle and high school students.
But only mental health.
Mm-hmm. So in those cases, they could take those. Now, when we talked about not having any construction or anything, it's just not being a barrier to say you can't take these at school. And so we did similar work around lactation rooms and mothers who were also students, their ability to have a privacy area for them to pump, right? So this is just not standing in the way of a telehealth appointment. So we can absolutely talk offline about some of your other questions. That would be great. Yes. And I would also like to add that my last panelist on Zoom is going to speak to some of these issues, so I don't want to completely and totally step all over the good councilwoman from Montgomery County.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it'll kick in at some point. So I want to clarify the point on telehealth and the expansions for mental health and any sort of health. I'm not seeing in the bill where it's limited to just mental health.
Right.
Am I overlooking that?
No, you're not.
So that's not in the bill?
It's telehealth appointments.
Telehealth appointments as defined just says that it's the method of delivery is telehealth, but it's not limited to mental health, correct?
No.
So I want to try to balance the privacy concern for the student and then also the safety concern for the school as well. So if you're in a telehealth appointment, let's say it's an appointment for something that deals with a physical condition, there could be a need for a student to show a certain part of themselves to the doctor so the doctor can make an assessment and treatment. If the student is also at the school building, the school has a duty to supervise that student for their safety. How does the bill reconcile those two concerns?
So the bill here just ensures that the local school system publishes the student telehealth policy in the handbook, which would say that it would give them privacy, a place, literally, I believe the bill, and I apologize for not having it right here with me, but it says a private area with an outlet and an area for even a desk area or an area, a flat surface for a laptop. So in those cases, we really wouldn't want or need someone from the school to be in that appointment anyway.
How can the school supervise the child's safety adequately if they are not in the room?
Well, it would be against policy, and there would be a HIPAA violation for someone to sit in a therapy session or any other kind of appointment. So in those cases, we wouldn't want someone else to sit in that private session.
Sure. My question, how could the school adequately supervise the student's safety if no school member is present?
Safety from?
Everything. If the student has a medical emergency, an asthma attack, and they're sitting in a room alone, if the student is uncomfortable by the visit, if the student has any sort of need that the school is responsible for monitoring, how can they do that if no one's present?
I'm going to have to get back to you and talk offline on that, because the point of this is for the students to have privacy in a telehealth appointment. So I'd love to work with you offline.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this important bill forward. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tell me, can a student currently leave school property and go around the corner into an alley and get on their phone and call into a telehealth appointment without the supervision of anybody?
If they were signed out, yes.
Yeah. And you mentioned the...
In fact, that's what they're being encouraged to do.
Right. And when you're talking about accessibility issues to their education, you commented on the challenges of a student having to leave the school system to go to a healthcare appointment, whether it be mental or behavioral health or physical health.
Right.
And that can take a significant amount of time out of the schedule. Is that correct?
Yes, and just in my county alone, for the ability to travel up and down Forest Drive to an appointment is taking a ton of time. We're talking all kinds of another hour added on top of the appointment itself.
Wonderful. So what this bill, at the heart of this bill, what we're trying to do is keep kids in classrooms as long as humanly possible, as well as create safe spaces for them to practice their private health care that they are welcome to.
And that they can do for themselves and not be a barrier to that. Yeah. So cut down on time outside of the classroom and missed hours of instruction, as well as have access to care and not be that barrier to care.
I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions for this panel? Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill just says that you have to establish a private space in the school. It doesn't say that there couldn't be a visual on the student to see if everything, in other words, you're really just not supposed to impede on their privacy, right?
That is correct.
Like if a student's in a bathroom in a school, also, it would be hard to know if they were completely
right.
safe.
Right, we don't follow them into the bathroom as well, you're correct.
So to be able to see them would probably, if there was some kind of vision, and often there is, that people know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Delegate Vogel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on that, and obviously these practices are going to be implemented by local school boards, and they're going to consider the needs and consider the safety of students. But would you consider that maybe there would be some sort of check-in system for students that are using these rooms? That way, professionals at the schools know that they are in those rooms seeking care?
Yes, and honestly, that would be up to the local school systems to come up with that ability to schedule that space or what have you. So absolutely, thank you for the question.
Great, thank you.
All right, one more time. Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, we do have one person signed up on favorable, Deborah Brocato, and this panel is dismissed. We are going to do the in-person people first and then the virtual. Yeah,
thank you.
Is Deborah Brocato here? Oh, all right, come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Mercado from Maryland Right to Life, and we object to House Bill 878. As written, the bill would allow entities that promote and provide abortions access to minor students. We oppose the abortion industry using the public school system to bypass parental rights to gain access to minor children and the use of public money for this purpose. Maryland Right to Life requests an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from the application of this bill. Now, we can understand telehealth appointments set up by the parents being used for the students, and parents also giving permission for the telehealth appointment. But this bill opens wide the door to completely bypass the parents, especially when, as stated before, the Assembly did reduce the age of mental consent for behavioral health services to 12 years of age. One of the reasons given for abortion is mental health, but also many of the businesses that commit abortions are now dispensing puberty blockers and cross hormones. Again, gender dysphoria is a mental health condition, and minor girls could seek abortion based on that alone. So we also know this is happening. If you look at a Washington Examiner article, Planned Parenthood has partnered with many of the public school systems in California for what they're calling well-being centers. And they say students can walk into the clinics at any time, including during class. Minors can receive emergency contraception and other forms of birth control, and health care providers are not allowed to inform their parents without the minor's permission. We don't want to keep taking the parents out of the role of the students' lives. We know that when parents are involved with their children, that outcomes are much higher for success for these children. So we want to stop interfering with that, with the parental role in these children's lives. We need to start putting patients before profits. Maryland policymakers have put abortion politics before patients, including with the dispensing of the abortion, chemical abortion drugs.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
All right. Well, thank you very much for hearing me. I hope you'll read the rest of my written testimony. And again, we oppose House Bill 878. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? All right. Seeing none, thank you. We do have one person signed up virtually, Dawn Lukey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I don't want to repeat what I've already submitted in my written testimony, but I do want to address a few things that have come up in the questions that were asked of the panel previously. So this came to my attention in the fall when the 24 different behavioral health services coordinators across the state of Maryland were asked this question about whether or not they were allowing telehealth appointments within their school systems for mental and behavioral health care for students. And uniformly, the answer was no. And one of the reasons was they said, well, there's risk and we don't get to choose who the provider is. But the point is that the patient, the child, has established a relationship with a provider, or the parents have done that on the child's behalf. And when you think about that and take into consideration the fact that we did in fact change the law in Maryland to reduce the age of consent for mental and behavioral health care to 12, this seems like an unfortunate roadblock being put into place at a time when we're supposed to be facilitating this type of care for our students and doing whatever we can to make sure that they are successful as they transition into adulthood. I know everyone already mentioned the various inequity roles at play here as well, where students who don't have a parent who's able to come and sign them out of school and take time off from work to get their appointments would be at an extreme disadvantage. And to me, the risk is far greater in not providing the service or not facilitating the service for the student and having them going without therapeutic services at all, which is often the choice. Because our therapists only, they're hard to come by these days. And when they do have available slots, we want to be able to take advantage of them. With respect to the question that was asked about HIPAA, each of the teletherapy providers does in fact use their own platform for that type of therapeutic service. They are already HIPAA compliant, so there really isn't something separate and apart for the schools to be doing with respect to HIPAA because the student can use their device. With that, I ask that the committee give this bill a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Good to see you again.
Yes, take care.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 878. Calling House Bill 890, Delegate Acevero. And if you have anyone in particular you want to bring up, otherwise I can just read off. I have Linda Boyd, Kenneth Phillips Jr., Lauren Lamb, Walter Fields, Jamal Jones, William Reed, Frank Pantianella. And then there are a couple of virtual folks too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevero here in support of House Bill 890, the Commission on History, Culture, and Civics in Education. This bill essentially represents the unfinished work of the blueprint, which was really critical work that we did to transform our public education system from historic investment to ensuring that we're taking care of our educators and they have the tools that they need to provide our students with a solid education. But equally as important to the buildings that they learn in is the curriculums that they learn from. And this bill, the Commission on History, Culture, and Civics in Education, is designed to be inclusive, to ensure that we're bringing the folks, the subject matter experts at the table to be inclusive as possible, to ensure that we're developing a curriculum and really culturally responsive pedagogy to ensure that students see themselves reflected in the instruction that is being provided by educators. And so this commission, which allows for membership from African American to Latino, Asian American and Pacific Islander, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, but also ensures that we are incorporating women's history and civics for the benefit of some of the newer members of the committee. Civics isn't something that is uniformly taught in public schools or in our school systems, not just across the state, but really across the country. And it sort of represents one of the issues that we have when it comes to educating our kids and ensuring that they get a world-class education. And so this bill, which would create the commission that would be as inclusive as possible to ensure that we are looking at and then advising state and local boards of education on how we can have as inclusive curricula as possible. That would include the history of not just African American, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, women, civics in education, but it really represents a step in the right direction, especially when we look at all of the actions that are being taken in other states to essentially prevent young people from learning about American history, because that's what Asian American and Pacific Islander, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, women's history. It is all American history. And we really do ourselves a disservice when we withhold that from young people and from the next generation. We should be a people who are not just knowledgeable about their history, but are willing to talk about the uncomfortable and painful parts of our history, and House Bill 890 would get us there. There have been a number of testimony that's been offered in support with amendment to ensure that we're being as inclusive as possible from our teachers, our educators, to the LGBTQ+ community, to any group that we have identified to be a part of this commission. And so with that, I would ask that the committee offer a favorable report so that we're doing something different compared to what other states are doing, and instead of trying to rewrite history or to not be honest about our history, to teach the truth and to ensure that we're being inclusive. And it's not just about history, but also about civics. We got a real civics education gap in this country. And my hope is that Maryland could be the state that provides the example to other states on how we can do so. So I am aware of some of the testimony that have been offered with some amendments. I am supportive of those amendments. You will hear from some other supporters of the bill after me. And I appreciate the time of this committee, and I would ask for a favorable report so that we're really completing the work of the blueprint, which is not just about investing in the physical infrastructure of schools, not just investing in educators who provide the instruction, but really the most important thing in my mind, which is what our kids are learning when they're in there, and are we providing as truthful and as holistic of a history and education as we possibly can. So thank you all so very much, and again, would ask for a favorable report.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am Dr. William Reed. I live in Frederick, Maryland, and I'm a resident of Maryland and a leader with Progressive Maryland, Frederick County Progressives, and a representative of the Asian American Center of Frederick, the Nigerians in Frederick, and Resources for Immigration Support and Empowerment, RISE Western Maryland. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of HB 890, the Commission on History, Culture, Civics, and Education. We request a favorable support for the Commission on History, Culture, and Civics and Education. The proposed legislation creates a task force or commission on history, culture, and civics and education to make recommendations to the State Board of Education, the State Department of Education to further the discovery, interpretation, and learning of history, culture, and civics in the United States and Maryland, and requires the Commission to report its findings and recommendations to the State Board, the Governor, and the General Assembly on or before December 30th of each year. We support the bill with amendment that requires that the State Department of Education to act on the Commission's findings by instituting changes to the curriculum based on the recommendations, and that this process should be in place yearly. I'm a retired veterinary staff scientist from the National Institutes of Health and have worked in basic science research and education for over 30 years. My background and teaching experiences have made me aware of the need for equity in both public, private, and secondary educational experiences regarding teaching of history of everyone and every group participating in the events and stories that have shaped this country. I urge you to pass HB 890 and support the amendment that requires the State Department of Education to ensure curriculum changes based on the Commission's findings and recommendation. We appreciate your favorable support of HB 890.
Good afternoon and happy Women's History Month. My name is Walter Fields. I am the chairman of Brown and Gold PAC, the National Political Action Committee of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, an organization founded in 1963 on the campus of Morgan State University, and a member of the Divine Nine, the National Pan-Hellenic Council. I also serve as co-chair of Strong Schools Maryland, member of the Anti-Racism for Maryland Schools Coalition, and as a member of the Prince George's County Board of Education. I want to express the Brown and Gold PAC support of HB 890 as an important step toward a correction of the historical narrative of our nation and the contemporary reality of American life. I also want to thank Delegate Acevero for sponsoring this bill. The proposed commission has an opportunity to enlighten Maryland's children to live cooperatively, productively, and peacefully in a multicultural society and world. And for me, that is our responsibility. I am the great-great-grandson of a Civil War veteran, the nephew of a United States Navy WAVE, and the son of a World War II veteran. My cousin was just sworn in as a member of the House of Representatives in the 118th Congress. I am well aware from familiar experience of the contributions Black people have made to this country. However, growing up as a child in New Jersey and attending relatively progressive schools, I did not learn about the contributions of Black New Jerseyans to our nation. I did not learn about Paul Robeson. I didn't learn about Thomas Mundy Peterson, the first Black person in the nation to cast a vote after the passage of the 15th Amendment. I didn't learn that Harriet Tubman spent time in Cape May, New Jersey. I learned none of these things in our public schools in New Jersey. However, New Jersey has since corrected this omission and created the Amistad Commission. And in 2002, when the state legislature passed the Amistad Law, mandating the teaching of Black history in all of New Jersey's public schools. Maryland can now do the same. So we support this bill with a slight amendment that representatives of historically Black colleges and universities are included on the commission. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the committee, I'm Ken Phelps, Director of Public Policy for the Episcopal Diocese of Maryland. I served a parish in Calvert County that was serious about its history. We lived for over 300 years celebrating the heroes of our community and our church. It was a story of old white families and tobacco and of Thomas Claggett, who was the first bishop ever consecrated on American soil. In 1774, he also directed the building of the brick church still in use. But we knew that was not our true story, and as the Episcopal Church acknowledged its complicity and enrichment from the institution of slavery, we began our own journey to reclaim what had been forgotten or that we had chosen to forget. That Bishop Claggett's family owned 32 slaves. That the church he built using slave labor cost 200,000 pounds of tobacco, which was also the product of slave labor. But so many other stories emerged, among them the discovery that the president of the local NAACP and of one of our parish's vestry members, a white man, could both claim the same great-great-great-grandfather, one of the wealthiest landowners of the 18th century. Who knew? But there's too much to share. My point is that our parish changed when we learned our complete story. And learning that story helped us to open doors to collaborations we had never known in our work with and for the residents of the county. But we ultimately support this bill because it is a story, it's about the truth of history. For without that truth, without embracing who we were, we can never figure out how we are going to be who we might all be. History is not to be feared. It's a collection of sacred stories, especially the stories of the participants in our history who have been silenced and whose legacies have been denied. And that truth can also set us free, because history without truth is a fairy tale at best and propaganda at its worst. And as the case of all sin, too many have suffered at the hands of those who have owned and controlled our past to the benefit of few. And we need the full story, all of the joy, all of the pain, all of the liberation that children need to know so they can grow together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jamal Jones. I serve as the co-executive director for an organization based out of Baltimore called the Baltimore Algebra Project. Basically, what I've been doing for the last 10 years is spending my time with children of color and trying to deliver math education to them and other forms of education. I won't belabor what other folks have said relative to the bill, just want to show support in favor with amendments. The commission is really important. I think we need to have some folks really spend some time figuring out what needs to happen with new education. It's going to happen in Maryland, particularly with this Kerwin money. I think another thing to consider in terms of the importance of this commission is that it's going to cover curriculum. And one of the things that is a tenet of the Kerwin Commission, the bill, or the Kerwin bill, was trying to increase the number of diverse educators inside the state of Maryland, and I think it would definitely lend itself to the benefit of Maryland and its goals as far as the blueprint to try and make sure that this commission happens so that we can try and be more inclusive of materials and items that not only educators but students would actually be more in favor of and see themselves as far as development for curriculum. But with that said, just favorable with amendments, and the amendments being adding HBCU folks to the panel. And there was one other that I needed to throw in there. Oh, making sure that the teacher that is actually a part of the commission is certified. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Frank Pathinella, Senior Education Advocate for the ACLU of Maryland and part of the Anti-Racism for Maryland Schools Coalition. We support HB 890 with amendments, and I'll leave the talk about amendments in our written testimony, so please access that. I want to dig a little bit deeper into just the educational content that is taught in the classroom, and it's really about just the overall academic, psychological, and social development of all Maryland's children. Everyone's life experience in their community has an impact on their future. In Baltimore City, where I live, the majority of children are Black and attend schools in neighborhoods that have been harmed by many decades of discrimination. Housing policies such as redlining, environmental injustice, and restriction to building financial wealth. On the way to school day after day, it's not uncommon for children to walk by rows of vacant housing, liquor stores, perhaps drug corners, and trashed lots. This has an impact on the brain and their development. The students deserve the opportunity to learn about these challenges and work through these challenges and their own identity within this context so that they can develop strong Black identities. And the same for Latino communities and other communities of color. And it's not all about negative things. Children deserve to learn about the contributions of their community and other groups in this bill, including women. It's about uplifting the diverse populations of Maryland, affirming their lives and fostering a sense of understanding among the student body, and creating a positive school climate and stronger relationships. It's worth noting that this is not critical race theory or indoctrination. One prominent African-American education leader in our country, Dr. Gloria Ladson Billings, recently said this when asked about the 1619 Project or Trump's 1776 report. The smart teacher will share them both and have students do the work that it takes to make sense of these documents. This approach is anti-indoctrination. It's also worth mentioning that this bill does not dictate curriculum, and instead it establishes a commission to make recommendations. So please support this bill, and thank you.
Thank you. There are some other folks that are going to testify, but committee, are there any questions for this panel? Yes, Delegate Miraku North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for this bill. So we've heard, at least I've heard a couple of bills, one today on the Asian American education, and then there was maybe a week or two ago on requesting appropriated funds for Jewish education. So how would this commission complement, or I'm not saying one's better than the other, but how does this commission connect to those other desires to have more multicultural education in our school system? One is asking for, let's just get it done in the school system right now. One's asking for grant funding. This one's asking for a commission. So I guess really to the sponsor, what do you think is the better fit to move forward with, the blueprint and diversifying education and our understanding of different cultures in Maryland schools?
Appreciate the question, Delegate Miraku North. I'm aware that there are some other bills. I'm not familiar with them, so I can't speak to how my bill would impact theirs. But what I can say is that I do know how this bill would promote multiculturalism. The fact that we are being inclusive from the outset of various communities being not just a part of this process, but sort of cultivating the recommendations that will then work with the state and local Board of Education, that framework to ensure that they're implementing it. So I know my bill would certainly promote the multiculturalism that you're talking about. And I think ultimately what we need to do is not just create a commission and ensure that it's staffed with people who are subject matter experts, but then allow those individuals to do the work and for us to step back and to ensure that when it comes to the implementation piece of it, that, as one of my panel supporters mentioned, around ensuring that, we really have culturally responsive pedagogy, right? That's important. It's not just about teaching history that, folks should know about certain Black or Latino or Asian American or LGBTQ plus figures in history. This is about essentially ensuring that that is tied into every single instruction. So for example, there's no reason why a child should be leaving any science course without not just knowing the periodic table of elements, but who George Washington Carver was and Louis Latimer, the very people who not only make the very inventions that we rely on today, but there's no reason why they shouldn't be learning about chemistry, physics, force, but also learning about the people who have contributed to those fields greatly. So again, can't speak to the other bills, but I do know that my bill would certainly get us to where you mentioned, which is, again, promoting multiculturalism.
Any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I would ask Linda Boyd, Lauren Lamb to come forward, and then we have a couple virtual favorables. am guessing Linda Boyd is not here, so I'm gonna cross her off here.
All right. Hi, thank you to the committee for having me today. I'm Lauren Lamb. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association, and we represent 75,000 educators across the state. We are here in strong support of House Bill 890. All students deserve to see themselves represented as part of an accurate, complete history and civics education. But many students in Maryland and across the US can go their entire formal education without seeing themselves in the content they're learning. This is unacceptable. We know the history of both our state and our country is far more diverse than is reflected in the content currently taught in our schools. And we therefore enthusiastically support the goals of the Commission in this bill. Revisions to content standards are always a delicate balance. Educators have finite instructional time in the school year, and it's essential that in improving the accuracy and completeness of the instructional content, we do not reduce the overall time available for each standard. That's why we're so supportive of the holistic approach in this bill. It would evaluate curriculum standards holistically with the input of educators and with consideration of a vast range of underrepresented communities. The Commission can develop comprehensive recommendations that allow the state boards to revise and implement improved standards all at once. We need standards that are up-to-date, rigorous, and reflective of the experiences, contributions, and history of communities as diverse as Maryland's student population. We're working toward a future where all students see themselves represented at school, and we believe this commission is a meaningful step in that direction. I urge you to issue a favorable report on House Bill 890. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Lamb? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Lamb. we have one unfavorable in person, and then I'll hop to the virtuals. Ayo Kamanthi, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for hearing this. I want to establish the fact that as African people, our introduction to LBGTQ was a process called the Atlantic slave trade. We had no words for it. Most cultures in Africa have no words for it today. So in other words, this entire imposition of this behavior for an African is equivalent to slavery, because that's where we learned it. And we didn't ask for it then. We didn't agree with it then. We don't agree with it now. All of these LGBT bills like this one that seek to cohabit our identity as African people and our struggle with behavior that was forced on us during slavery is equivalent to having the person who was enslaved celebrating our history along with the person who owned the slave ships. So we're supposed to stand next to the person who was raping our people and introducing us to LGBT and celebrate at the same time. We wouldn't be celebrating the same thing. That means that in this very moment, even though we have something called the 13th Amendment that says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to that jurisdiction. I don't think that I've been convicted of a crime. Then why is it that I cannot go anywhere in this society and not have LGBTQ put in front of me where I'm told that I have to agree with it, I have to accept it? That's the exact same language that was used on the slave plantation. We have no interest here or anywhere else in the world as African people in bending over to this imposition. The simple answer to this, on behalf of my race, we will not comply. I would ask that you don't pass this bill and any bill that conflates African people and our culture with anything related to slavery like LGBT. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Kamanthi? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We have some folks that are signed up virtually. Let's see if they're still with us. Michaela Wilkes. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it's Michaela Wilkes.
Go ahead.
So hi, my name is Michaela Wilkes. I'm here on behalf of an advocacy group called Schools Not Jails, as well as Charles County Moms of Color. I am a Black lesbian woman that has 2 children in the Maryland public school education system, and I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 890. I think it's a great step in the right direction to ensure that our curriculum is more diversified and multicultural, to make people that look like me and that look closer to me, that don't look like, you know, what the majority looks like, to show that people that are like us help to build this country. People that are like us help to contribute to a lot of things in society. Growing up, I remember in school, for me, I was taught that my history started here as slaves, according to the current curriculum. And I think that this piece of legislation will not only benefit families of color and the LGBTQ community and other marginalized communities, but it will also help for other, and I'll just say it, it's also going to help other white children who are not a part of marginalized communities to understand the harm that can sometimes be caused by some of their actions, because a lot of the times our ideas are shaped in the classroom, right? The classroom is the first place that a lot of kids go to that shapes their ideology at such a young age. And so if we can instill diversity into them, and if we can let them see that we are inclusive in our history, reflects that what we see today, which is a diversified community. Our community doesn't comprise of only, cis hetero white men. Cis hetero white men were not the only people, we're not the people who built the foundation of this country. It's people that look like me. It's people that look like the people who testified. It's people that are a diverse group of people. And I think that that representation needs to be taught in the classroom. And I think that it's long overdue. And so I hope that this committee will vote in favor of HB 90. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Next, Martin Mitchell. Okay, he's not with us anymore. Pascal Small. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? I'm assuming you can.
Yes.
Good afternoon to the members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Pascal Small, and today I appear before this committee as a Latina mom of 3 Afro-Latino babies in Charles County Public Schools. I'm also a founding parent of Charles County Rise. I also serve on the Family Advisory Council for the National Parents Union, the Educational Equity Task Force, and CCPS, and I have worked in nonprofit education space for over 7 years. I want to express my support of House Bill 890 with amendments. Passing this bill allows us to continue working toward recognizing and embracing the rich histories, stories, and cultures of diverse student body in our classrooms and communities. I'm not sure if any of you have children in public school, but as a mom, I can tell you that today we are not doing enough to ensure schools are affirming, rigorous, safe, and culturally responsive places of learning. I want my children and all children to not only see themselves in what they learn, but to also learn about others in the world. I want them to hear about how powerful and resilient their ancestors are. I want them to see that they have boundless opportunities to be anything they wish to be. There is countless research also that shows that culturally responsive teaching recognizes and embraces the full spectrum of students' backgrounds and invites them to creatively draw from their cultures so they feel more involved and valued in their education. It also allows for other students to learn about the diverse world around them, and they have more empathy towards others. I truly feel that some of the problems and division we see today stems from a lack of knowledge and understanding of our histories and others. You can't see the full humanity of a person if you have never learned about them, if you have never heard their stories. It also helps students' brain development, moving from a dependent to an independent critical thinker, and provides a safer space for children to learn. Some of the amendments that I heard today and I agree with is that I would like to see that we ensure the teacher appointed to the commission is certified, to ensure that the Maryland Commission on Indian Affairs can nominate candidates for 2 seats allotted for Indigenous Americans, and that we expand the commission's membership to ensure that historically Black colleges and universities in Maryland can nominate candidates for at least 1 appointment, and to ensure that the process includes opportunities for public to provide input and engage authentically with the commission. Thank you again.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Small? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 890. Calling Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 883.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark. Happy to be here presenting House Bill 883. We have come full circle this afternoon. We started several hours ago with the Maryland Educator Shortage Act, and this is in many ways a complement to that, dealing with the shortage that we see, the workload issues that we see, and of course the retention issues that result from that. So, you know, when we adopted the blueprint, as you know, a big focus there was on salary increases and really focusing on teacher excellence and the national board certification being recognized with an additional salary increase. And that is so important to one of the main goals, was really creating career pathway, career development opportunities so that teachers could grow and advance professionally without having to leave the classroom, right? And what this bill does is looks at a couple of pieces that got left out of that. And so one of them, and I'm sorry that our colleague Delegate Buckle isn't here for this bill, because when he asked his question about school psychologists, this is the bill for him. But you know, there are a couple of issues with the national board certification. Is something that many of our educators who are not in the classroom are eligible for, right? So reading specialists, math specialists, school counselors, professionals who we want to seek that additional certification and be at the top of their professional game, right? But if they're not a teacher of record in a classroom, then they're not eligible for the salary increase that goes with that national board certification. And we need the best of the best in those roles as well. So we want to make sure that we're providing the same incentive there. Then the other group that we need to address is professionals who aren't eligible for national board certification, such as school psychologists or speech pathologists, right, who have different professional certifications that they can earn as distinction being at the top of their field, but it's a different certification. It's not the national board certification. So making sure that they can get the same incentive and salary increase for achieving those credentials. There are also a couple of policy changes also dealing with the shortage and workload issues, right? Specifically around assistant principals. There are requirements that they essentially spend all of their time teaching, but that ignores the fact that being an assistant principal is a job in and of itself, right? So we want to make some adjustments there to give flexibility. We do think it's important that assistant principals still be directly engaging with, with students and teachers in the classroom, but recognizing that they need some flexibility to accommodate all of the other job responsibilities that go with that. And the final sort of small policy tweak is around curriculum and assessment writing. And we want to be not quite so restrictive in who is able to do that, because especially at a time when we have the educator shortage we're dealing with right now, and when folks are already taking on additional responsibilities, there may be only one person in the school who currently meets the criteria to take on those additional responsibilities. And from a workload feasibility standpoint, it's just too much. So we need a little more flexibility, especially right now. So it has been a long day. I'm going to keep it brief, but happy to answer any questions after we hear from my panel.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Cheryl Boast. I'm still a 4th and 5th grade teacher in Baltimore County since my first testimony, and I'm the proud president of the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators. Delegate Feldmark went through very succinctly all of the pieces of the bill, so let me put a personal touch on that. As a 4th grade teacher, I received a student Stuart, who was reading at a kindergarten level. He had been in 13 different schools by the time he hit my 4th grade classroom. And I'm a 4th grade teacher. So I relied on the reading specialist, the math specialist, the counselor, the social worker to get mom a job so that he could stay in our school. By the end of the first time I had him in 4th grade, he was reading at a 3rd grade level. I retained Stuart with mom's agreement, and by the time he left my class, he was reading at the end of a 4th grade level. I didn't do that alone. I was listed as the teacher of record, but I had the math specialist, the reading specialist, the social workers, the counselors, everyone else who was part of his success and his academic achievement. And they work with students all day long. But because they don't have the designation of teacher of record, they're ineligible if they hold a national board certification or a national certification in their area. If national board is not available, they're ineligible for this salary enhancement. It is a community that makes up a school. It is a community that educates our student, and this is creating divisiveness within our community. I'm hearing from our educators throughout the state, well, why can't I get that? I service the same students that the classroom teacher services, and they do, and I'm afraid that they will leave. We're already faced with too many shortages for these folks. We need them. As we look at all of our scores, we need the math specialists, we need the reading specialists. So I urge you to have a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Samantha Zwirling from MSCA, here in support of this bill. Both of the panelists talked eloquently about the salary increases, but as our president just mentioned, this committee knows where our math scores are and how many of our students are actually proficient in math. This bill would help incentivize our math specialists to stay in our schools and to continue providing those essential services to those students. We need to make sure that they're not incentivized to leave a math specialist career path to move into a teacher of record path, which then takes away from those services that our students need. This bill also speaks to school psychologists and school counselors. Right now, only 2 of our counties are meeting the industry standards for the ratio between counselors to students. Only 3 of our counties are meeting the industry standards for school psychologists. We need to make sure that as we're continuing to increase the pipeline, that we're also retaining the folks that we already have. As you know, this bill also deals with our assistant principals. Right now, as was mentioned, the language in the statute essentially says that they need to spend 20% of their time as a teacher of record, and then the rest of their time in other teaching activities. This is a problem. They already have jobs, including dealing with student discipline issues, working on special education plans, being evaluators for our teachers. And so the bill would soften that language to allow them to still engage in some classroom activity and to be a part of our school system, but to not make them a teacher of record. And then finally, as Delegate Feldmark mentioned, this designation of needing to be a professor distinguished teacher or a distinguished teacher, while we understand the intent was originally to make sure that our best of the best are writing our curriculum, it's creating a real challenge in some schools when there might not even be a person because they haven't made it all the way through the career ladder up to these high ranking levels. So this bill is really targeted to deal with the current issues that our school systems are facing, and we urge a favorable report on HB 883. Thank you.
Questions, Delegate Hornberger, then Delegate Vogel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not one to advocate to need all these special certifications. I, feel that people should, if based on their performance, be compensated accordingly. However, two concerns. One, does this disincentivize people to go for that matriculation that you've described? Because in essence, they're going to be getting the same pay rate now as if they wouldn't have gotten it.
So they still have to get national board.
They still have to get the national board certification. Right. It's just if you're a reading specialist or a math specialist, right, you're not the teacher of record in a classroom, you would still want that national board certification, but right now, unless you're a teacher of record in a classroom, you wouldn't be eligible for the additional salary increase that goes with that national board certification.
Right, so I'm saying, are they not going to pursue that designation now that they're getting the same level of pay as if they would have went after it?
They only get the salary increase if they get the certification. So we're trying to make it under this bill. Currently, as it stands, you could either have a certificate, the national board or not, and not be eligible for the salary increases.
Currently, it disincentivizes them from getting it.
To get.
So the current situation, so if I'm a reading specialist and I have my national board,
right,
I don't get anything else for that. But the classroom teacher that I'm teaching with does. So why should I get national board? Because I'm not going to get it. But we want them to get national board to increase their pedagogy. And that's why we want to get them the same incentive as the classroom teacher.
But the other thing, and I'll just add quickly, is that the other part of the salary increases here are for folks who have these high credentials and then are also working in high needs schools. So we also want to make sure that we're incentivizing folks, like the best of the best, to go into these high needs schools who are the most prepared to help those students. And so this says you first have to have the national board certification or the equivalent certification, and then if you go into the high needs school, you get both.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The second part, it looks like this cost is kind of passed on to the local jurisdiction.
So
from the fiscal note. So does MACO have a position?
So that's a good question. That in the fiscal note actually surprised us a little bit. My intent, the intent here was that these would be handled as other salaries are, so it would be a split between the locals and the state, and with the wealth equalized formula to address that.
Yeah,
I don't see why these would be handled any differently. So the fiscal note, I think made that assumption, but
yeah, it doesn't quantify that per se. It just says it may impose a. Okay, all right. Well, I'll be curious to see if MACO does come out with a position on it. I don't think they're on the panel, but thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it very quick. Thank you for this bill. It's a great bill. I'm excited about it. I have been having conversations with speech pathologists back in my district for 6 months now. I just want to make sure that they would be eligible under this bill.
I believe the next panel you will hear from a couple of them. So
Let's go.
they're very excited, as they were across the street.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill forward, especially for fixing the assistant principal piece of it. I do appreciate that. So my question is, do you have research that shows that the national board certification for those content areas does make for more effective teachers in the classroom in the specialty areas that we're talking about? And you don't have to do this here. I mean, we can talk offline, but or if you could send it to me, what content areas would they be getting their certification in? Or is it just like as far as like speech pathologists and school psychologists, where is the connection there? So if you guys can either address it here or provide it to me, that would be awesome.
Yeah. So just briefly, all of the data for the national board that talks about the increased success with the pedagogy would be the math specialist, the reading specialist. They would get it in reading and math. For psychologists, counselors, and speech pathologists, and I'll let them speak even more to that, National Board doesn't offer a certification, but there are other equivalencies in their fields. So there are other national accreditations in their fields that are not National Board that would be recognized under this piece of legislation.
But let me just add to that also is that what the bill says, because we didn't want to determine that prescriptively in this bill to say what those certifications would be. So the bill asks the State Board of Education and PSTEB, the Professional Standards Board, to determine what those appropriate certifications are in each of those fields. So the State Board of Education and PSTEB would determine for each of those that aren't National Board, what are the equivalencies. It's in the bill.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, see.
Madam Chair, may I just, I didn't want to be misremembering and speaking, but MACO is favorable with amendment specifically on the salary appropriation issue.
Okay, thank you. Next, Nicole Disney Bates.
She wasn't able to make it.
Okay, thank you. Mary Casper, Megan Miskowski, John Willems.
Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Mary Casper. I am a speech-language pathologist, a resident of District 15, and currently serve as president of the Maryland Speech-Language Hearing Association. Salary incentives were demonstrated in the blueprint to be the key to recruitment, retention, and adequate staffing of highly qualified educators. MASHA asserts that this applies to speech-language pathologists, or SLPs, working in Maryland schools. The intent of this body with the blueprint was to improve the quality of education for children in Maryland schools. It is vital that Maryland work to provide high-quality educators to all of our students, including those with disabilities. SLPs have a nationally recognized certification, the Certificate of Clinical Competence, or the CCC, from the American Speech Language Hearing Association, ASHA. If you refer to the chart at the end of Ms. Miskowski's written testimony, you will note that both the National Board Teaching Certification and the CCC reflect at least 3 years beyond the bachelor's degree. The peer review for the CCC comes in the form of a clinical fellowship. Trained evaluators assess the CCC candidate, conducting 18 hours of direct observation of clinical skills and another 18 hours of review of written work product, examining 21 clinical domains. This process is actually a more intensive review than that of the National Board Teaching Certification, which is simply a self-selected video sample of teaching skills. SLPs working in Maryland schools must be given access to salary incentives currently afforded to teachers in the blueprint legislation with our equally rigorous credential to the National Board Teaching Certification. Meeting staffing needs of school districts with directly hired SLPs who will have access to incentives is fiscally responsible and will assure the best educational outcomes for Maryland students. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Megan Miskowski. I'm a speech-language pathologist with Baltimore City Public Schools. I'm also a Baltimore City resident. I'm here today to talk about this bill. Speech pathologists are unique. Our services are considered direct instruction under the Individuals with Disability Education Act, and we are solely responsible for the communication goals on our students' IEPs. Furthermore, MSDE tells us the third biggest staff shortage area in Maryland schools is speech-language pathology. You need us, and every district here needs us. When we lack adequate staff, the cost of that cannot be overstated. When you miss IEP services, it's not like we'll try again next year. We have to provide fiscal awards to families for the services we didn't provide. Families will unilaterally enroll their children in private special education schools that cost $150,000 per year per child. we bear this cost. And so what happens in districts is they rely on contractual staff. They have contracts with companies from within Maryland and many outside of Maryland. They bring in staff at a cost of $40,000 more than it would have been to just hire a speech pathologist at a market rate inclusive of their benefits. In Baltimore City, 1/3 of our staff are contractors. We have 153 speech pathologists, and we're by caseload. So when we are missing a staff member, that means children don't get the services prescribed to them. So we have 1/3 of our staff are contractors. It's an annual cost of $6 million. We could have just hired these positions directly and saved $1.5 million. That alone reduces the fiscal note. Baltimore County spends $4 million annually on just speech therapy contractors because the need is so great. We also are fully licensed, and so you bill Medicaid for every service we provide in public schools. That means $52,000 in revenue for us alone per clinician. We will offset the fiscal note. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. As I said across the street, it won't be as funny this time to them, but I'm not a speech-language pathologist. But my sister is, and I'm not a school psychologist, but my brother is. And so just full disclosure here. And MABE strongly supports this bill in that the intent of this bill is to achieve what I describe as harmony in the building, right? This is about professionals, highly valued. We have critical shortages of many of these highly valued professionals. And the blueprint, for a variety of reasons, doesn't treat all of those professionals in an equal manner relative to the starting salary or the minimum salary of $60,000 or the guaranteed raises based on national board certification status or having that NBC status and working in a low-performing school. And so that's a starting salary of $60,000. That's a $17,000 raise if you have the NBC or parallel or similar national certification for working in a school where we really need your services the most. And so this bill does some wonderful things that you've heard, I think, eloquently described, and you have my written testimony. I would just say in terms of supporting this bill with amendments, there is an amendment that is important but doesn't cost tens of millions of dollars, as the other amendment does, which would be to find the supplemental budget funding to actually add this to the blueprint framework and make it so. But we are concerned about the requirement that assistant principals spend 20% of their time in the classroom. And there's already an amendment to address that. We just suggest some language to broaden it even further so that they could be engaged in school-based activities that are, but still directly engaged with students. And so to best utilize their skills. But in all seriousness, the support with amendments also reflects that this is not included in the long-term funding scheme of the blueprint and would need to be to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Delegate Fair.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Willems, but my questions are for the speech-language pathologists. I, as a child, had a speech-language pathologist who helped me overcome a major impediment to my speech, and they haven't been able to get me quiet since they got me talking. So thank you for all that you do. Ms. Kowski, you rattled off a lot of numbers very quickly, and I've got like a pile of numbers here listed on my thing, but I was wondering if you could just briefly explain again how hiring speech-language pathologists in our schools can reduce the amounts local jurisdictions pay for contracted services and why they do have to currently contract out?
Sure. You're doing great. That's such a common complaint too when kids start talking and their family's like, they're talking so much now. But I will say, these are services that are required under IDEA. So school districts have this obligation to provide these services. And the financial harms to not having speech pathology staff available to do that is so high through these compensatory awards, through these out-of-district placements, through a lack of service to our kids. They will be in therapy for longer and have greater needs when we don't address their needs at hand when they occur. It compounds, it compounds, it compounds. So what they do instead is reach out to contractual staffing agencies that show up at all of the graduation fairs along with the districts and offer these new graduates, these SLPs moving into Maryland, more money to come work for them. and then they will sell that speech pathologist to a school district at a high premium. And so they may pay that SLP $10,000 more than what the school district would have paid them directly, but they'll charge the school system $40,000 more than what they would have had to pay to have directly hired that same staff. When we do that in Baltimore City for 50 staff members, and you know, what is 40,000 times 50? A lot. I'm a speech.
$2 million.
I need one of the math interventionists. $2 million.
Yeah.
It's $2 million, and that's just Baltimore City. We're doing this in Baltimore County. We're doing this in Frederick. And what's happening now are virtual services. They're bringing in virtual services for in-person students. So if you teach kindergarten, you might have to go get the laptop in the middle of your reading lesson, pop it open, and have your paraeducator sit with your student as they work on their articulation skills, which underpin their reading. It's incredibly disruptive, but that's where we're at right now. And that has even higher fiscal costs when you start to talk about the need to have paras support students receiving virtual services from contractors while in person in school. And in my testimony, I talk about the complaint letters. Our families are mad, and they're mad across the state because their children are not receiving the speech therapy on their IEPs, and districts are paying out huge compensatory awards to so many families in Maryland right now because we don't have enough staff, because we're not competitive in the job market. This would give us that ability to be competitive, keep SLPs in our school system, and bring SLPs into our school system. And it gets us ahead. I mean, West Virginia already does this. Frederick does this. Frederick offers salary incentives to teachers who have National Board Teaching Certification or SLPs who hold CCC SLP. They already recognize it as the same. We have to get ahead of this, because if not, the other states are just going to get our graduates into their states, and we need to keep them here.
Thank you, and thank you again
Thank
for all
you.
your advocacy.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We will move to our virtual folks. Well, it was one person signed up. I don't believe she's here. Unfavorable, Deborah Baccato. Okay, so we will move up to our virtual folks who are signed up favorable. Dr. Nikki Ham.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Nikki Ham, and I'm president of the Maryland School Counselor Association. I'm here today to express our support for House Bill 883, which provides salary increases for certain school personnel to improve recruitment and retention. As you're aware, and you're hearing all over, Maryland is currently facing a shortage of school counselors as well as other school personnel. And this shortage is a significant concern as school counselors because we play a critical role in supporting not only the academic, but the emotional well-being of our students. And we know that's really big right now. And it's essential that we address this shortage and really provide fair compensation for our school counselors and key school personnel. So MASCA believes that House Bill 883 is an important step in the right direction. By providing salary increases for certain school personnel, we can improve recruitment and retention, as my colleagues in school pathology just said, the school speech and language personnel just shared, which will ultimately benefit all students. And it's our hope that this bill will not only help to address the shortage of school counselors, but improve the overall quality of education in Maryland. MASCA believes that school counselors should be covered under the blueprint legislation. However, there's significant confusion in the implementation of the blueprint legislation and their coverage. So MASCA has really supports this bill as an additional pathway to provide support and encouragement and recruitment and retention for school counselors. Finally, I'd like to emphasize the importance of addressing the student-to-counselor ratio in Maryland. The Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education 2019 report adopted the nationally recommendation of 250 school counselors per student, or 250 students to school counselors. However, in Maryland, we're not there. Some counties even have 1,000 students to one school counselor. So we must address this issue to ensure that our students receive the support they need. In conclusion, MASCA supports House Bill 883 and urges the committee to approve it. We believe that providing fair compensation for all school personnel is critical.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Ham? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Catherine Ling. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and honored members. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding House Bill 883. My name is Catherine Ling. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Nurses Association. I've been an RN since 1990, a practicing family nurse practitioner for the last 30 years, as well as working as a scientist and educator for the last 12. I reside in Legislative District 12A. M&A asks for your support for House Bill 883. School nurse is a moniker that does not necessarily refer to a registered nurse. School health rooms are staffed by certified nursing assistants, licensed practical nurses, as well as other health professions. These professionals hold their highest certification and training to be licensed to be in these spaces. So why support the spending of these resources in this way? This appropriation will create an infrastructure to support growth and professional development. Health professionals have different structures for trainings and advancement, but meet commensurate rigor as seen with our education colleagues. Students have a variety of chronic and acute conditions with health needs that need to be met to optimize education and learning environments. For example, fully prepared school nurses can decrease the days of instruction lost. Legislation provides an opportunity to discuss merit-based pay structures for all who contribute to the well-being and success of Maryland students, as my colleagues have so eloquently expressed up to this point. M&A asks for your support for the budget appropriation for this House bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Ling? Dr. Ling, I apologize. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Sonia Lawson. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I represent the Maryland Occupational Therapy Association. We support House Bill 883, as this bill would provide salary increases for certain school personnel, which would help address ongoing shortages in school-based health providers that support educational goals such as occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. The blueprint for Maryland's future recognized the importance of addressing teacher shortages and ensuring that all students have access to qualified teachers. The Maryland OT Association strongly supported this blueprint, including the teacher career ladder. However, we believe that there should be an extension to the blueprint to help address the shortages of school health providers. Occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants provide important services to students that help ensure that all students are able to receive a high-quality education. Similar to how occupational therapists work with patients to address barriers to completing activities of daily living, we help many students address barriers to classroom participation and completing classroom activities. Without occupational therapists, many students would not be able to be educated even with the most highly qualified educators. Currently, school systems are having difficulty hiring and retaining occupational therapists, just as they are with speech pathologists, because the salaries in our school systems are not keeping up with salaries in private practice or other healthcare settings. This legislation would help attract and retain high-quality OTs so that Maryland students are able to access a high-quality education. We would suggest a technical amendment that acknowledges that not all school health professionals have a national or advanced certification in the same manner as teachers or school counselors, and that other criteria can be considered. We ask for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Lawson? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Katie Phipps.
Hi, members of the committee. My name is Katie Phipps. I'm a nationally certified school psychologist working in Harford County Public Schools, and I'm also representing the Maryland School Psychologists Association's Legislative Committee. We are in support of House Bill 883. We are recommending an amendment to specifically recognize the National School Psychologist credential as eligible for the salary increases proposed in this bill, just because wanting to acknowledge the high level that it takes to achieve a National School Psychology credential and not limiting it any further. So it is actually not required to maintain a national credential to practice in Maryland. Members who obtain this standard must complete 60 graduate semester hours minimum, successfully complete a 1,200 hours supervised internship, which may or may not be paid, build a portfolio demonstrating competencies in the domains of professional practice, and pass the school psychology praxis. Additionally, to maintain the credential every 3 years, school psychologists must log 75 hours of continuous professional development, including specific training in legal and ethical practice, cultural responsiveness training, and at least 10 hours of National Association of School Psychologists approved providers. New research is indicating that the mental and behavioral health needs of students are increasing, with almost 3 out of 5 adolescent girls reporting feelings of persistent sadness and marked increases in suicide attempts of adolescents. Currently, school psychologists are operating at a critical shortage. No county in Maryland does meet the industry recommended ratio of 1 school psychologist for 500 students. Personally, I serve over 1,100 students in a designated low-performing school. So for these reasons, MSPA is in support of the salary increases for recruitment and retention of school psychologists across Maryland, especially school psychologists, of course, who maintain their national credentials and are working in those designated high-need schools. Due to the rigorous nature of gaining and maintaining the NCSP credential, MSPA is in support of this bill. We know that school psychologists are desperately needed in Maryland schools, and we urge the committee to assist us in prioritizing recruitment and retention of school psychologists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Phipps? Seeing none, thank you. And our last witness of the day, Ms. Brianna January.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Committee. Brianna January on behalf of MACO in support of HB 883 with amendments. Counties understand and support the intent of the bill. However, the salary increases and bonuses proposed under the bill for additional school staff outside of the compromises of the blueprint that were settled years ago would pose a significant challenge for counties. And I'd like to thank Delegate Hornberger for bringing up the concern. I would like to clarify that the bill as drafted would share the cost between state and locals along the same normal K through 12 split that we share. The issue, however, for counties is that even when shared, there would be such a significant additional local expense because so many more school staff would now become eligible for those elevated salaries. And to be frank, committee, we're looking at an impending perfect storm for counties in the blueprint. Just last week, counties got revised numbers for fiscal year 24 concentration of poverty grants. Many counties are halved or losing significant state aid. This comes after we've already started our budget cycle. We're holding our breath, awaiting revised net taxable income numbers to be released, knowing that some counties expect additional multi-million-dollar decreases in state aid in relation to fiscal 24. And we're being asked this session to increase our spending in other areas. We're being asked to do so by adding additional kids to Tier 1 pre-K as an emergency bill to go into effect immediately. And now under this bill, we're being asked to pay significant increases for staff pay that were not part of the negotiations of the blueprint. We simply just can't do it all. Counties are working in good faith to implement the educator pay bumps of the blueprint, and many are struggling to do so. As such, MACO does suggest an amendment to the bill to require the state to pay fully those additional unexpected salary adjustments and bonuses that are proposed under the bill, and we look forward to resolving our concerns, urging a favorable report with that amendment.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. January? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 883 in committee. That concludes our bill hearings for today. Great work, long day. Tomorrow we have a very extensive vote list, so bring your snacks. Have a good night.